Hmm. Ray, forgive the discourtesy of me starting my stream in the evening. I had mentioned to you all yesterday that I was going to be starting in the evening due to circumstances. Said circumstances have come and gone. All is well. And now we are ready to finish off this game. Chuckman, here's to you, my dear friend. Your stream kept me sane during the daytime. Good job on starting Arzette, the Jewel of Faramore, a fine video game. Everybody, please follow my good pal, Chuckman, my good friend. All right, let's do this. This is it. This is it. I have been waiting all day for this. All right, starting it up. All is well. Okay. All right. Excellent. Good. Great. Let me tap OK and bust out my list. Hmm. Oh, probably because I was putting something up in the moment. All right. We're good. Excellent. All right. This is it. Trial 2. The Old Bailey. Let me close a few more other things too. All right. Oh, it did that thing again. No matter. Much better. 4th November, 9:30 a.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. Here we go. Before we begin today, I have a brief announcement. As with the Crow's trial 10 years ago, some astonishing facts have come to light in these proceedings. The revelation that the well-known Reaper is actually an organization illegally executing its own brand of justice. And the discovery that a respected yard inspector was at its heart until he himself perished in an assassination plot. Well, I say to all members of the judiciary here present on this occasion that we will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Oh, we sure will, Lord Chief Justice. Counselors, you will undertake this trial with the resolve to pursue the truth to the better end. Resolve? Yes, that's my intention. Name drop. My lord, if I may inquire, the defendant may speak. On what grounds is Kazuma Asogi permitted to continue in his role as prosecutor? He has admitted to colluding with the victim in a plot to assassinate an innocent man. He shouldn't be enjoying the privilege of freedom, let alone be leading the prosecution. I submitted a written petition to Lord Strongheart. requesting that judgment of my transgressions be delayed by 1 day. You did what? In today's proceedings, I intend to expose everything. My whole life for the last 10 years has all been leading up to this 1 day. Kazuma, whatever the outcome of this trial, I give my word that I will accept whatever punishment is deemed appropriate, however severe. And I suggest you prepare yourself for the same, Reaper. Kazuma is bristling with hostility today. I get the distinct impression we're heading into very dangerous territory. Is that really even Kazuma-sama standing before us? As an extreme exception to normal practices, I have granted this prosecutor's request. The defense finds this acceptable, I presume? Yes, my lord. In that case, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the closed hearing of Baroque von Zeeks. The defense is ready, my lord. The prosecution is more than ready. Very well then. This preamble has taken long enough. The great closed trial. Court is now in session. Hello, Astro Dude. I'm very glad to see you here, because I know you want to see how this all ends and my reactions, of course. For this is my first time. Very well then. Very well then. This preamble has taken long enough. Prosecutor Asogi, begin. As you wish, my lord. The prosecution calls the first witness to the stand. Bring Sashiro Jigoku into the courtroom. At last, then, we've reached the final battle. He's putting literally everything on the line now in order to get to the truth. Come on, Ryunosuke. It's time for that steely resolve, because this is going to test it to the limit. Oh, there he is, on the stand. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court. Ah, so it was you who issued this, was it? Your subpoena? I did what was necessary. Ha 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 ha! Well, look what the young man has become. I didn't think I'd see the day when you take that tone with me, I must say. The witness will ensure his responses are pertinent to the questions asked. My name is Sashiro Jigoku, a Supreme Court judge for the Empire of Japan. 16 years ago, this man came to London as a visiting student. 6 years later, he returned to Japan. As well as presiding over the Supreme Court, he is also currently Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. I am, of course, fully aware of Mr. Jigoku and his preeminent roles. I invited him personally to the International Forensic Science Symposium as a representative of his country. I hear he also played a key role in the conclusion of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. Ah, it was a great honor to be involved in the negotiations. I put my all into that treaty. Judge Jigoku, I must ask. Well, I never fancied the young murdering student turning up here of all places. You acquitted me yourself. And now, I'm a practicing defense lawyer. Yes, and full of self-importance like your friend across the courtroom, I see. You came here to London by invitation to the International Forensic Science Symposium, but then without informing anyone of your plans, you took flight to France. Took flight? I have to object to that turn of phrase. Then explain yourself. What exactly were the circumstances? Well, I was somewhat expecting this, and I'm sorry to say, I decline to comment. What? Leaving the country prematurely when I was an invited guest may be questionable etiquette. But my decision is unrelated to this case. I can't be bound to testify. Unrelated, you say? I appreciate that a respected police inspector has been killed, for which I offer my condolences. However, being an alien, I obviously never met the man, nor do I know the first thing about him. As such, I'm in no position to testify. It's as simple as that. So you would run from all of this? I beg your pardon? This case is more far-reaching than the murder of Inspector Gregson. It has ties to another murder, a case that was tried in Japan almost a year ago now. A year ago in Japan? The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson, you mean? That's right. And you, Judge Jigoku, are at the heart of both cases. The defense has evidence to prove it. Well, Ryunosuke, I see from the look in your eyes that you're resolved to carry this through to the very end, too. Let's see your evidence then. What proof do you have that says Shoto Jigoku is involved in this case? Why, that would be the telegram from Japan. It's over here.
Take that!
This is a telegram detailing a communication sent between Britain and Japan approximately 1 year ago. The communication contained 4 names: K. Asogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, and J. Wilson. Hold it! You little what? Where did you get that? In Tokyo. From your office, Judge Jigoku. What? How on earth did you? What's this all about? Why is my name on that list? This list of 4 names follows a certain pattern. T. Gregson and J. Wilson are the names of the victims. K. Asogi and A. Shin are the names of assassins. No. A year ago in Tokyo, Dr. John H. Wilson's life was taken in a Western-style restaurant in the capital. The culprit was found to be a visiting student who went by the name of Josiah Brett, but her real name was Asa Shin, a professional killer sent on a mission to kill from Great Britain. A. Shin and her victim, J. Wilson. And the murder that just took place here in London was the counterpart to that crime. An assassin sent from Japan, also a visiting student, Kazuma Asogi, whose victim was the British police inspector, Tobias Gregson. K. Asogi and T. Gregson. One assassin from each country to kill a target residing in the other. What exactly is the defense suggesting? These two cases of murder, one took place in Britain and one in Japan, were masterminded by a pair of individuals from each country as a form of assassin exchange. And the telegram the defense has acquired is proof of this international contract to kill. What? What? The telegram was found in your office, Judge Jigoku. In other words, the mastermind in Japan was you! Judge Jigoku, what's this all about? And you, Kazuma, you lied. During yesterday's proceedings, you acknowledged that you'd accepted the assassination mission. But the mark wasn't Judge Jigoku at all. It was T. Gregson, Detective Inspector of Scotland Yard, as shown by the name on the killing contract. Very impressive, Ryunosuke. But actually, I didn't lie. The name of the target I was ordered to kill never passed my lips yesterday. The idea that Sashiro Jigoku was the mark came entirely from you. Ah, you deliberately avoided saying a name? The defense claims these four names indicate some sort of international assassin exchange. I'm sure I speak for all present when I say that the very idea seems utterly absurd. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what do you have to say for yourself? His silence only goes to prove his guilt. There's another very important point that this new development brings to light. There's now a distinct possibility that the scene of Inspector Gregson's actual murder was in the witness's cabin aboard the SS Grouse. Judge Jigoku, you have to testify now. To refuse would put you in contempt of court. Ha 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 ha! There's no need for quite such a vicious stare, young man. Very well then. As a party gift to you all, I'll tell you everything I know. It seems this Japanese gentleman has information that the court must hear about the alleged assassin exchange and the events of the night of the 31st October. Present your formal testimony now. As you wish, my lord. Oh, he bowed. Wow. So formal. Wow. Cross-examining a judge. The assassin exchange. Jigoku to Kazuma, just before the verdict in G11. And do not forget to fulfill, read, the mission imposed upon you. Do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you. Oh, wow. Thank you for the reminder of that. The assassin exchange. All right, here we go. It's true that Kazuma Asogi was assigned the assassination mission 1 year ago now. The target was Inspector T. Gregson. That was a condition of the British study tour. However, in the end, something happened that meant the young man was unable to carry out his mission. On the evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times. If there'd been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it, so clearly I can't be involved. So you admitted then, as this communication suggests, there really was an assassin exchange arrangement between Britain and Japan, a political endeavor at the highest levels, not something I can discuss here. Not something I can discuss here. Good. To use such a worthy practice as foreign study to coerce somebody to commit murder. It's the most appalling thing I've ever heard. Appalling? Well, it's easy to judge. Eh, pardon? Asogi had a reason for taking his sword to that British inspector, you know. What? Which is why he accepted the mission in the first place. Isn't that right, Counsel? Kazuma-sama? Judge Jigoku, if you're the mastermind behind the Operation Japan, then tell the court the identity of your counterpart in Britain. I'm not obliged to divulge that information. As I said yesterday, I've killed nobody. I freely admit that I accepted the mission, but on the night the plan was to be executed, I backed out. In short, this assassin exchange that the defense has identified is unrelated to the events of this case. The crucial point is this. Your police inspector can't have perished aboard that steamship in Dunkirk. Because if he'd been shot in the cabin, it's inconceivable that a member of the crew wouldn't have heard it. That's right. Gregson was killed after returning to London in the room on Fresno Street. And the perpetrator of the crime was the Reaper, Baroque von Zieks. The prosecution's accusation remains unchanged. To think that a seemingly innocent foreign exchange program was a facade for such Machiavellian dealings, whoa. Clearly, it's a plot only a government minister and high-ranking judge, such as the witness, could hope to execute. Well, I seem to recall that it was someone on the British side who controlled everything. Be that as it may, it is not the place of this court to pursue this villainous assassin exchange plot. We are concerned only with the tangible events pertaining to the murder of Inspector Gregson. Is the defense clear on that point, Counsel?
Me. Lord Chief Justice.
Yes, my lord. I'll keep that in mind as I cross-examine the witness. Alright. I know Kazuma's already admitted to taking on this incredible assassination plot, but even so, hearing it confirmed by somebody else is still a real shock. It's unforgivable! Using Kazuma-sama's feelings to manipulate him into agreeing to such a despicable plan. But I think Kazuma manipulated Judge Jigoku too. He completely double-crossed him. Oh dear, it's hard not to see that as a stroke of brilliance on Kazuma-sama's part. One way or another though, Gregson ended up dead. I really think that the murder must have happened aboard that steamship. So you mean Judge Jigoku must be lying? I know I shouldn't let my emotions cloud my judgment, but you must destroy him, Mr. Naruhodo. As you wish. Holy crap. Susanoo wants me to destroy this man. But we shall. With evidence, not violence. It's true that Kazuma Sogi was assigned the assassination mission 1 year ago now.
Hold it!
A year ago, when Kazuma was still in Japan then. Correct. It was at the examination center for applicants for the study tour that I approached him. I'll never forget it. I remember exactly what you said. You just came out and asked me forthright if I considered traveling to Britain on an assassination mission. Surely not. I thought it was a joke at first, of course, but then it was made clear to me that I didn't accept. I wouldn't be considered for the study tour. So you agreed to it just for that? I mean, I know how much you wanted to study in England, but assassination? The Empire of Japan had accepted a proposal from the British Empire at the time. An agreement to send a student from each country to the others to deepen cultural understanding and friendship. But behind the scenes, the chosen students were to be given assassination missions. Oh my god. I had no choice but to accept the proposal that originated from my British counterpart. Why? Why didn't you expose the plot there and then? Britain acknowledges no part in these alleged misbegotten dealings. I advise you not to make spurious allegations, Foreign Minister Jikoku. As a witness, I am bound to tell the truth, my lord. Anyway, I picked Asogi and explained the details of the plan to him. The target was Inspector T. Gregson. That was a condition of the British study tour.
Hold it!
Why Kazuma? Why did you pick him as the assassin? He was the most capable of all the applicants, and in addition, I knew his desire to travel to Britain was very strong. In fact, it was almost more than a desire. It was his whole purpose in life. Yes, as his best friend, I can certainly attest to that. The way he threw himself into his studies, the way he pursued becoming qualified as a lawyer. It was all ultimately for that one single goal of being accepted on a study tour to Britain. And of course, we know the reason behind that. He was determined to find out for himself the truth about his father, Genshin Asogi. There's nothing I wouldn't have done to get here. Be that agreeing to assume the role of an assassin, or betraying people's trust. Well, you certainly did a fine job of betraying mine, Asogi. But why was Inspector Gregson the target? I have no idea. Those were the orders from Britain. I was in no position to question them. You have no idea? Really? I find that hard to believe. Oh, do you? Judge Shikoku was once a visiting student here in Britain himself, of course. Perhaps he has some connection with Inspector Gregson from that time. The defense really ought to catch up. With what? With the fact that the Assassin Exchange has absolutely nothing to do with the case under scrutiny here. Yes, I've already admitted to recruiting Asogi. However, in the end, something happened that meant the young man was unable to carry out his mission.
Hold it!
I presume you're referring to the incident that occurred during Kazuma's passage to Britain in January? The awful tragedy that took place on the steamship. Word arrived at the ministry some 2 weeks after the ship's departure from our shores. The visiting student had been killed, but his body had somehow gone missing in Hong Kong. The news was wired to me from a detective that I'd placed on the ship to accompany the assassin. Obviously, Kazuma didn't actually die at all. But he did lose his memory, including all details about his special mission. Did you not consider dispatching another assassin at that point? That was impossible, simply because that black-clad young student over there had already put himself forward as Asogi's replacement, and there was no way to stop him from reaching Britain. Ah, my hands were completely tied. So Mr. Shom's strategy worked perfectly. He he predicted everything that would happen. Months later, my memory returned. Well, I never intended to go through with the assassination mission anyway. So you were saying, so you were playing me right from the outset, were you? Is that it? I'd sooner be guilty of that crime than of taking someone's life. Nicolina, I was prepared to do whatever I had to. I was prepared to do whatever I had to in order to get myself here to Britain. This line of questioning has gone on long enough. All the court should be concerned about in the testimony given by this witness are details relating to this relationship with Inspector Gregson and the victim's murder. In that case, as I've already made perfectly clear, I had no connection to the man or his death. And you have some means of substantiating this plea. On the evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times.
Hold it!
Outside your cabin in the first-class area of the SS Grouse, you mean? Yes, that's right. Not least because there was a murder of a student passenger earlier in the year, I imagine. The liner operations have taken to posting a crewman outside every first-class cabin door. I can confirm the presence of the crewman guard myself. What do you mean? Because I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk that night. I witnessed it with my own eyes. There was a well-built crewman standing guard directly in front of the door to the witness's cabin. Chicken stroganoff. At that particular time, of course, I'd gone to the ship's dining room for dinner. The inspector and I asked the crewman to allow us into the cabin while we waited for Judge Jigoku's return. I suppose Inspector Gregson was there in this capacity as a Reaper. He was intending to take the witness's life. Exactly. As I've said numerous times now, I had no intention of killing anyone. So the crewman let two potential assassins into the cabin he was supposed to be guarding. Not the most convincing of sentries, really. In truth, those were my thoughts too. But anyway, I stayed to talk with Inspector Gregson for a short while. And then I left him there and made my way off the ship alone. Was the guard still at the door when you went? Yes, he glared at me as I walked past. You see, that proves it. If there had been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it, so clearly I can't be involved.
Hold it!
The crewman who was standing directly outside your cabin door, you mean? That's right. A muscular man with a permanent grim expression on his face. He didn't once move from that spot. To be honest, I thought he was a miserable fellow. But as it happens, he's a vital witness now. There's no doubt that Gregson was killed by a gunshot. And it's inconceivable that a crewman standing just outside the cabin door wouldn't have heard that. But wait, what about the ship's enormous steam engines? The noise of them could have drowned out the sound of the gun being fired. Sadly, young judicial assistant, that won't wash. Oh. You will recall that my cabin was in the first-class area of the ship, which is also, of course, the quietest. Don't imagine for a moment that it's anything like steerage where the judicial assistants go. I didn't mean... But a hole like that made by a bullet was found in your cabin, Judge Jigoku. That's compelling evidence that a gun was fired in there. What's that? A bullet hole? Oh yes. You're talking about what the detective uncovered in the wall yesterday, I presume? That was obviously a rotten panel eaten out by woodworm. No doubt he didn't find an actual bullet. Oh, come on. Ugh, that's the whole in this argument. Sadly, I was unable to arrange for the crewman to be brought back to Britain with me. But obviously, if a gun had been fired in my cabin on the night in question as the defense implies, I would have been arrested on the spot and would never have made it to Britain in the first place. Very true. The witness's logic is sound. Since no gunshot was heard from the witness's cabin on the night in question, we must assume that the witness is telling the truth. I'm glad you've seen sense, my lord. Alright. Okay, Susato. Upon your request, we're going to destroy Jigoku with words and evidence. Alright. Let's see. Hang on, everybody. Let's see. Alright, we're good. Okay, now then. Alright. Let's see. On the evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times. If there had been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it, so clearly I can't be involved. Evacuation drill, itinerary. Yep. Oh, Jigoku.
Objection!
You silly person. Yes, as the court has heard, there was a crewman posted outside Judge Jigoku's cabin. However, we can be sure that, contrary to the witness's claim, the guard wasn't there at all times. What? I have here a notice of a particular event that was scheduled to take place aboard the steamship on the 31st. What? Where did you get that? It's evidence gathered by Mr. Herlock Sholmes. You were acquainted yesterday, if you remember. Herlock Sholmes again. According to this Itinerary. After leaving the port of Dunkirk at exactly 10 p.m. and for a period of 20 minutes, all crewmen with the SS Clouds were to gather on deck for an evacuation drill. All crewmen were away from their posts? Yep. And during that 20-minute interval, of course, any gunshots emanating from your cabin would have been heard by no one. In summary, Judge Jigoku, you had ample opportunity to commit the crime. Ah.
Objection.
Huh? A 20-minute window of opportunity. That's an excellent find, Ryunosuke. But it amounts to nothing. Why? Because the witness clearly stated in his testimony that no incident occurred in his cabin. Unless you have some decisive evidence that could show his testimony to be false. Your accusation is nothing more than conjecture. Very true. Well, counsel? Inspector Gregson was killed in Judge Jigoku's cabin that night. I'm certain of it. Because the defense has the evidence to prove it. You will present the evidence for the defense at once, counsel. What proof do you have that the victim's life was taken in Jigoku's cabin on the 31st of October? On the 31st October. Why? That would be... Hang on. That would be... Small verdict.
Take that!
And it was found... Yeah, it says right here. This was a small machine part that was found on the SS grounds where Judge Jigoku was. Judge Jigoku, this was found in your cabin yesterday. What is that? The crown of a pocket watch? A pocket watch? And if you will observe, the victim's pocket watch, which we know he treasured, is missing precisely that spot. It can't be. Moreover, this crown is a perfect fit on the spindle, protruding from the victim's watch. Now, the fact that this was retrieved from Judge Jigoku's cabin tells us that the victim's watch almost certainly broke there. Grr. In other words, the victim was killed on the 31st during the 20-minute excavation drill in the cabin occupied by you, Judge Jigoku. Well, you're razor sharp, aren't you, you young murderer? Bro.
Objection.
Expertly maneuvered, Ryunosuke. And your argument sounds entirely plausible at first, but rather like this pocket watch, it's full of cracks. Your nice analogy. What? And I believe Judge Jigoku feels the same way. I was wrong to acquit you earlier in the year. Oh, come on. Bro. I had all the evidence. Don't let your little personal feelings... Alright, I'm gonna back off. Sorry. If I'd known it would result in anyone having to listen to this drivel, I would have declared you guilty just to spare the world your ridiculous bombast. I think it's clear that the witness will have to give further testimony. To give further testimony. Yeah. I think it's clear that the witness will have to give further testimony. When you hear what actually happened in my cabin that night, you'll notice the pitfall into which you've stumbled. Oh no. Prior to your renewed testimony, I would like to clarify one point. The fact that this part of the victim's watch was discovered in your cabin means that you acknowledged he was there, I presume? Yes, I do. Very well then. You may proceed to give your formal testimony about what exactly happened in your cabin aboard the ship on the evening of the 31st October. Of course, as a man of the law, I have no intention of obstructing justice. Yeah, okay. The events in the cabin. I had a guest waiting for me when I returned to my cabin after finishing my evening meal in the dining room. When I walked through the door, a mustachioed Englishman was there, foolishly waving a gun at me. I soon took care of him with an ippon sail throw, though he couldn't wait to run away after that. I imagine his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. It has nothing to do with his murder. Okay. Seoi. Or Sail. Oh, it's a judo throw. That's cool. When said quickly, it naturally blends into two syllables. Sail. Okay. Sail. Got it. Ippon sail. I imagine his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. It has nothing to do with his murder. The inspector was clearly killed, having returned to Britain because his body was found in London. I don't buy it, bro. Ippon sail. A common jujutsu martial arts technique in my country. I was careful not to use too much force, but the man obviously let it too heavily for his watch to take. So Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I imagine you can see the flaw in your logic now, can't you? What? The fact that the pocket watch is broken in the witness's cabin in no way proves that the victim's murder took place there. Ah! I've no doubt the inspector intended to kill me, but he didn't manage to pull the trigger. Yes, because he was merely the tactician, not the Reaper's hand of death. Well, the testimony appears to make perfect sense as far as I can tell. Let me express my deep gratitude for your understanding, my lord. But if this testimony holds, Judge Jigoku will be deemed to have had no involvement in the case. Well, counsel, I really see no reason for wasting precious court time here on a cross-examination. Sorry, my lord. The defense has a right to cross-examine, and I don't intend to squander that. You're an embarrassment to your countrymen, not knowing when you're beaten. In that case, proceed, Mr. Naruhodo. Bro. I used to think you were cool. The events in the cabin. So that's his story. Well, I suppose if you think about it, whenever you drop a teacup in the office and it breaks,
We don't say Mr. Naruhodo must have been murdered there, do we? Is that a veiled threat about what might happen to me if I break another one? And the fact is that Inspector Gregson's body was found in the little room on Fresno Street. If he really was killed in Judge Jigoku's cabin, the body would have to have been moved somehow, obviously. Transporting a dead body over a country border, that would be impossible for the majority of people. So there must have been some special circumstances that made it possible for the culprit then. That could be a vital realization, I think, Mr. Naruhodo. Alright. Let me save real quick. I had a guest waiting for me when I returned to my cabin after finishing my evening meal in the dining room.
Hold it!
Because the so-called guard posted at your cabin door had just let your killer pass, you mean? Apparently, Gregson told the crewman he was a police inspector, which was the truth, of course. He wouldn't have had his identification with him, though. He had his trench coat and mustache, not to mention the bag of chips. I imagine the crewman was convinced. But the man accompanying him would have had 2 swords slung around his waist.
You mean me?
Who else?
Yes, that's true.
You would have hoped the sight of a few swords might have set off alarm bells in the guard's head.
The point is, I left the cabin before its occupant returned, and I immediately disembarked at the ship. Certainly, all I can tell you is that only the inspector was waiting for me when I arrived back at my cabin, and you entered without any inkling of suspicion. That's right, none whatsoever. When I walked through the door, a mustachioed Englishman was there, foolishly waving a gun at me.
Hold it!
Obviously, you're talking about Inspector Gregson.
Yes, though at the time I didn't know the man's name. And there was no time for introductions. I value my life over manners.
By which you mean that the inspector was there to assassinate you, I suppose?
That was certainly the impression given by the gun pointing in my direction. But I've never seen the muzzle of a revolver shake about so much in all my life. Anyone would think the man had never shot somebody before.
Believe it or not, most of us haven't.
Anyway, there was no time to call for the help of the crewman at the door, so I dealt with the man myself. I soon took care of him with an Ippon Seodoro, though he couldn't wait to run away after that.
Hold it!
Even though the man had a gun, that was a very brave move, wasn't it?
Ha 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 ha. My Ippon Seo is far faster than a bullet, I can assure you.
But surely all that commotion caused the crewman to come in, didn't it?
Yes, of course. He burst in immediately without knocking. The inspector hurled himself at the stocky fellow and just managed to slip past him to make his escape.
The outstanding god does it again.
Luckily, there aren't many situations I can't get out of using a quick Ippon Seodoro.
Okay.
I imagine his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. It has nothing to do with his murder.
Hold it!
The crown snapped off, the glass covering the face of the watch was cracked.
Preferable
to the man's head being pulled off or his spine cracking. What did you say? Not that the man was spared for long. A bullet to the chest soon saw to that. But the point is, the broken pocket watch doesn't prove that a murder took place. Absolutely not. All the watch proves is the power of my jujutsu dro. Whatever you say, it doesn't quite ring true that no shots was fired at that cabin. Because there was an obvious bullet hole in the wall. Ha 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 ha. What are you talking about? That's what the star of your low-brow detective stories told you, isn't it? Well, I don't care for such fiction. Haven't you worked it out yet? You little stripling. No murder took place in my cabin. The inspector was clearly killed, having returned to Britain, because his body was found in London.
Hold it!
But there's no evidence that proves the victim ever returned to London alive. Just take a moment to think that idea of yours through now, stripling. What? If the inspector was killed on a steamship in France, how on earth could he have got back to Britain? When people die, their bodies remain at that same spot. It's a devil of a thing. You know what else is a devil of a thing? Spirit channeling. But we won't talk about that. Well, then, obviously the culprit must have moved the body. How exactly? Carrying a corpse off a ship in your arms would raise a few eyebrows at least, don't you think? Well, yes, that's true, but all passenger luggage is inspected when it is unloaded from arriving vessels. And I would like to think the border police would query a corpse of an English gentleman as hand luggage. If the murder took place aboard the ship, you would imagine the body would have been disposed of at sea. There would be no sense in risking being caught by attempting to transport the body back to Britain. Oh, let's kill that idea then. But perhaps not. Mr. Sato? We've heard that the first-class passengers were under constant scrutiny by the crewmen posted to guard them, which would mean that the culprit had no opportunity to dispose of the body in the sea. Yes, that's true. So transporting the body to Britain may have been the only viable alternative. Dear me, you really are new to this, aren't you? I thought I'd been perfectly clear, but it seems I'm going to have to explain it in words you can understand. I think I ought to alter my testimony, with your consent, of course, my lord. I have no objection. State your amended testimony now. Okay. There's no possible way I could have transported the victim's corpse back to Britain. Oh, whoops. I hit the wrong button. I pulled a Deadpool.
Hold it!
There's an idea. Think about it, stripling. All passengers and crew disembarked at the same time and passed through the same checks as the border. The symposium guests were then driven straight to the hotel in carriages organized by the ministry. And we met you as soon as you arrived at the hotel.
So you did.
Well then, remind me, did I have a corpse over my shoulder at the time? What? No.
So we're in agreement then. I couldn't possibly have brought the inspector's body back to Britain. Unless, of course, they've developed some clever device these days to instantly move things from A to B.
Funny you should say that. Professor Hairbrain's invention didn't actually work, if you remember, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, of course.
The defense has become unusually quiet, I noticed. Yes, because there's really nothing more to say.
So that's his story. Well, I suppose if you think about it, whenever you drop a... Yeah. Yeah. Bro. There was another way. Oh my god. No possible way, you say. No possible way, huh? Okay, so. You would think it would have been the trunk. Nah. Let's take a look at this photograph, shall we? Well, look at what we have here. Eh? 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 You freak.
Objection!
There's no possible way you could have moved Inspector Gregson's body, you say? I would say the opposite is true.
And what's that supposed to mean?
Far from being impossible for you to do. The transporting of Inspector Gregson's body back to Britain is something only you could do.
What are you talking about, Ryunosuke?
As well as being a judge, Mr. Jigoku is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. Which means he's exempt from having his luggage searched when he enters the country. Oh. We learned that when we first met you upon your arrival in London.
Well, all those passport checks and luggage searches at the border took rather a lot of time. I must say, I'm very envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through any of that, did you? Ah, you knew you were jealous. Ha 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 ha. Evilly laughs.
I presume you recall this, Judge Jigoku? It's a photograph we took in the foyer of the hotel to mark the occasion. As the court will note, you have with you your large travel trunk. Large enough, in fact, to have a corpse inside. Mr. Naruhodo, surely you're not suggesting... Yes. I'm afraid I am, yes. 3 days ago, when we were chatting innocently with the new arrivals from Japan in the hotel, The body of Inspector Gregson was just meters away from us, inside Judge Jigoku's trunk. Oh my god. Sick. This man is a sick man. Order! Order! Order in the court! Order in court. I'm skeptical, counsel, that a grown man's body could fit inside even the largest travel trunk. It could. Because I happen to know that the witness himself, a man of considerable size, fits inside his trunk. Yep. As we saw yesterday. And verifying that would be extremely simple. Wouldn't it, Judge Jigoku? But inside his trunk? How horrifying! And after we'd spoken with you at the Great Waterloo Hotel, you had the opportunity to visit the apparent scene on Fresno Street, taking your trunk with you in a cab to deposit the inspector's body.
I don't have to listen to this nonsense.
Dr. Gori, the coroner who examined the body, has confirmed the possibility. She's acknowledged that there are signs that steps may have been taken to disguise the true time of death. The onset of the body's decomposition could have been delayed by storing it in a refrigerator. Counsel, as I remember explaining yesterday, refrigerators of the requisite size are few and far between. Yes, I'm sure they are, but one place they're certainly found is on large ocean liners. Such ships are equipped with electrically refrigerated cold rooms to keep food fresh on their long sea voyages. And the SS Grouse is no exception. Professor Mikotoba told me about it only yesterday. Well, Judge Jigoku? However much you prolong this debate, you can't eliminate the truth. All the evidence points to you being the killer.
Well, this is all very heartening. I can see that it was a wise move, letting Asogi and you embark on this study tour. What are you talking about now?
Yeah.
Logical reasoning, of course. All court proceedings will be built on logical reasoning in the new century. And I can see that you've both laid firm foundations for that already.
Judge Jigoku, please, stop diverting attention from the issue at hand. The defense has made an accusation against you. How do you respond?
Respond? There's really no need for me to respond, is there?
Yeah. Why ever not?
Because before you can even begin to answer the question of when the victim was killed, you must first establish one key fact. Where was the victim killed? It's quite logical.
The actual scene of the crime.
The prosecution's stance is unaltered. The killing took place on Fresno Street when the gunshot was heard. As the accused, Baruch von Zieks, shot the victim at point-blank range. Since no tangible evidence exists to disprove the prosecution's claim at this time, the defense's deductions amount to little more than an elaborate fairy tale. I'm afraid that's how the logical reasoning the British are known for really works. I'm afraid that's how the logical reasoning the British are known for really works, young stripling.
The victim was shot in that little room on Fresno Street and died instantly? I'm afraid it's the prosecution's claim. That's the only fairy tale here.
How can you say that?
Quite simply, because that claim directly contradicts a certain piece of evidence in our possession.
Very tantalizing, counsel. I think you had better explain yourself to the court, don't you?
The prosecution claims that Inspector Gregson died instantly when he was shot at the scene on Fresno Street. But this evidence clearly contradicts that claim. And that would be... a photograph of the victim.
Take that!
A photograph of the victim in the very location you claim he was killed. He wasn't killed. Yes, but the point is the posture of the body itself. If Inspector Gregson had been shot there in that room, it's out of the question that his body would have been curled up in a ball like that.
Objection. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but your logic is flawed. He could easily have adopted that fetal position due to the pain of the shot, which subsequently proved fatal. Oh, you'd be like, ugh.
Oh, please.
Objection!
I'm sorry to disappoint you, Judge Jigoku, but it's your logic that is flawed.
What?
According to this autopsy report, the victim died instantly. We would have felt no pain. He would have he would have felt no pain. He would have felt no pain, much less have been able to draw himself into that position.
Ah,
Which begs the question of why the victim's body is curled up in that way. Though the answer should be abundantly clear by now.
you're suggesting?
The inspector's body took on that posture ahead of its arrival on Fresno Street before it was coldly turned out on the floor from the inside of a large travel trunk.
No.
You're quite right. The shape of the body. It looks exactly as it had been kept in a confined space. Judge Jigoku presents your trunk for examination. I believe it's very possible that it will contain traces of the victim's blood.
Ah. Present my trunk? I refuse.
What? On what grounds?
I'm the Minister of Foreign Affairs for the Empire of Japan.
Oh, please. Are you gonna, like, claim diplomatic immunity? Nah.
I shouldn't have to put up with this treatment just because of some stripling's baseless accusations.
You show up and you see precisely where you are. Hello, KD. I'm really happy to see you here too. Yeah, man. Rare of me to begin. Excuse me. I normally don't stream like at the beginning of the evening. I usually do afternoon. But yes. I had to take care of some things today, but I'm back. What's up? What do you believe happened in this trial? Ah, that's a good question. I think I may or may not have a general idea of who actually did it, but and how it happened. But we're going to see how this goes. We're going to see what transpires. I'm really, you know, because like yesterday, I'm like, I'll just say, what if, what if Lord Chief Justice is behind it all? We'll see. I shouldn't have to put up with this treatment just because of some stripling's baseless accusations. In other words, Judge Jigoku, there is blood in your trunk.
I decline to answer that. As a Minister of Foreign Affairs,
Objection.
as a Minister of Foreign Affairs, I have privileges that allow me to.
At this moment, you're not a government minister. You are a witness in a trial in Britain's highest court. I don't care who you are or what your status outside this courtroom might be. You will not withhold information. Oh snap. Nothing is more important than the truth.
Oh, wow. Order. Order in court. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what's it to be? You can't be serious. You did it? Have you no shame at all, Kazuma Asogi? What? Very well. I admit it. I did bring the inspector's body into the country.
And that is hell on a pike, handled by Strongheart.
I did bring the inspector's body into the country. Inside my trunk. Exactly as postulated by the defense.
What?
You? Dear God! Outrageous!
So it was you. You admit to Inspector Gregson's but
No! I admit to nothing more than what I've said. Of killing the man, I certainly have no recollection. What on earth is that cryptic statement supposed to mean? I merely disposed of the inspector's body, which was left at my cabin, in order to avoid unwanted attention. As the judicial assistant over there pointed out, I had no chance to throw it into the ocean. So I decided my only option was to bring it into Britain with me and dispose of it somewhere else.
you can't still deny it. If he didn't do it, then who on earth did kill the man?
As you know, there was one other person in my cabin that night. He had the opportunity. And moreover, he'd already accepted a mission to take the inspector's life.
Oh,
That's right. Who else could it have been? It was you, Kazuma Asogi. You. I never thought you'd stoop to this, Sashiro Jigoku. You've taken the word straight out of my mouth. Prosecutor Kazuma Asogi. Prosecutor. You thought by leaving the body in my cabin, you could pin the crime on me, did you? Well, the prosecution counsel has already admitted to visiting the witness's cabin on the night in question. Yes, on an assassination mission, no less. You wouldn't. So, what do you make of that, young stripling? You've heard my testimony now, and that's all I have to say on the matter. I'll admit to nothing more.
I don't believe this.
Counsel for the defense. What is your position now? The court awaits your response to the witness' assertion. The assertion that on the night in question, the victim's assailant was in fact Mr. Kazuma Asogi.
This isn't the dead end it seems to be. The answer's right in front of me. It comes down to Jigoku or Kazuma. Both of them had the opportunity to kill Gregson, but only one of them didn't. And I'm just a step away from proving who. Very well. The defense is ready to respond to the assertion put forward by Judge Jigoku. The idea that the victim's murder could have been committed by Prosecutor Asogi is impossible.
Judge Jigoku, let me remind you of something you said only a few minutes ago. You claimed that logical reasoning is the future of the judicial process. It is, no question.
Well, logical reasoning can prove something here. Namely, that it would have been impossible for Prosecutor Asogi to commit the crime.
What? The court will only accept an argument that is supported by compelling evidence.
I mean, evidence is everything.
So present what you have, counsel. What proof is there that allegedly demonstrates the impossibility of Prosecutor Asogi's involvement?
Why, that would be back to the drill. Back to the evacuation drill.
Take that!
This itinerary for crew members of the SS Grouse, my lord. This is conclusive proof.
An itinerary?
Itinerary. How does that prove anything? Judge Jigoku, the moment you acknowledged that you found the victim's body in your cabin, this itinerary suddenly became much more significant.
What?
Why? On the night in question, as always, a crewman sentry was on guard outside your cabin door. As long as he was there, nobody could have fired a shot inside the cabin.
Absolutely, because it's inconceivable that the guard wouldn't have heard it and come to investigate.
So that tells us that the crime must have taken place when the guard was elsewhere. And that narrows it down to the 20 minutes, just after 10 o'clock, as indicated on the itinerary.
Yes, I see no flaw in your reasoning so far.
But the crucial part is this. When the evacuation drill took place, the steamship had already put to sea from the port of Dunkirk. Now, clearly the murder could only have been committed by somebody who was aboard the vessel at the time. But Prosecutor Asogi stated in yesterday's proceedings,
I didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life. So I left Gregson and disembarked the ship.
I spent that night at a boarding house in the town and returned to England the following morning, which I'm sure the courts will agree to conclusive proof that Kazuma Asogi couldn't possibly have carried out the killing. Gah! Hold it. No, absolutely not. I don't accept that at all. What do you mean? The boy's just saying that to exonerate himself. We can't trust that he really disembarked the vessel. Obviously, after he left my cabin, he hid himself somewhere nearby on the ship. Just waiting for his chance to come back. And finish them. No, it's not. No, it's out of the question. Isn't it, Kazuma? As the defense rightly recalls, I disembarked the vessel and spent the night in a boarding house in Dunkirk. And as I said yesterday, I signed my name in the accommodations register book. I remembered that. All extremely easy to verify and undeniable proof. Ah, no, There's no escape this time. You can forget that you're a judge or a government minister. It's time you gave the court an honest answer as a common man. Uh-oh. You killed Inspector Tobias Gregson and transported his corpse back to Britain. Then you dumped the body in the room on Fresno Street and made it look as if the murder had happened there. That's what really happened, isn't it, Sashiro Jigoku? It was that damned trial 10 years ago. That's when all this began. Uh-oh. Looking back now, my fate was decided that day. I was doomed already. Ah! Oh! Oh my god. Dude was so strong, he shook the earth. It's over! My life is over! Oh wow. Holy crap. A British assassin to eliminate a professor in Japan. A Japanese assassin to eliminate a detective in Britain. There goes the, yeah, I know, it's funny, because, like, there was a story where, he did break the witness stand, and, he got sent back. We got to see it ourselves. Rah, curse you, yeah. Both assassins will use diplomatic immunity to evade conviction and return safely to their homelands. The assassin exchange request arrived from Britain about 1 year ago. Though it was hardly a request, it was a demand. And for that, you decided to recruit Mr. Asogi. But things didn't go according to plan. Your chosen assassin never made it to Britain, and you found yourself unable to dispatch a replacement because I was already on my way to Britain at that time in Kazuma's place. And that left me with only one option for carrying out my obligation: to eliminate the mark myself, personally. Of course, there was but a single opportunity for me to do that. The International Forensic Science Symposium, I presume.
That's right. I decided it would be safest to carry out the plan before my arrival in Britain. So I criticized the help of my. I'm sorry. So I enlisted the help of my British counterpart and made arrangements for a pretext that would take the inspector to Dunkirk to lure the man. He was given a sham mission by the Reaper. What? The Reaper? But there's only one person who could have done that. The mastermind of the entire operation. The Reaper himself.
Ah, so that means that the assassin exchange was. It was all planned by the Reaper.
I'm not at liberty to say anything about my British counterpart. Anyway, the inspector accepted the Reaper's mission and dutifully infiltrated my cabin on the steamship. But it was all a trap designed to lead him to France and his own death.
Oh, how unlawful.
It was past 9 o'clock when I returned to my cabin from the dining hall that evening. I didn't give him time to attack me. I choked him until he lost consciousness. But there was a guard just outside the door, so I left it at that for the time being. Even the slightest noise might have aroused suspicion, so I bided my time, waiting. For the 20 minutes after 10 o'clock, I had intended to finish my strangulation, but moments before I had the chance, he suddenly came round and went for me in a reckless move. That explained the gunshot. I'd received the British issue gun 16 years earlier, being a member of the judiciary as a visiting student. I never imagined I'd have to use it for something like that. So the revolver belongs to you, does it?
Then the victim was killed inside your cabin on the SS grounds. Which begs the question of why you arranged for his body to be discovered in the room on Fresno Street.
The young judicial assistant over there has already answered that question. There is no way I could take the body up on deck to throw it over the side. That's precisely where all the crewmen were gathered for the evacuation drill. So before the first-class cabin sentries returned, I took the corpse for the refrigeration. I took the corpse to the refrigeration. Okay. And then on arriving in Dover, you concealed the body in your trunk in order to smuggle it past the border police. I knew I needed to take steps if the police were to be convinced when the body was found in London. In that case, you must have known. You must have had intimate details of Inspector Gregson's intended schedule. Yes, my British counterpart sent me everything I needed to know. The inspector was due at Fresno Street at 5 o'clock that afternoon in order to meet a man by the name of Hugh Boone, from whom he would take back his police identification. Ah, I decided that man would be the perfect person to set up as the culprit. So I took a hackney carriage over there with the body still in my trunk.
That must have been just after we took this photograph of you at the hotel then.
Yes, I wasn't expecting a welcoming committee. I was more than a little nervous. On Fresno Street, I spotted a young girl selling little firecrackers.
Miss Venus, of course.
I conceived of the candle trick there, and then. So I donned a simple disguise and approached the girl to buy the firecrackers to replicate the gunshot. What sort of disguise? For some reason, the inspector had a bright red hairpiece in his own traveling case. So I put that on, although I suspect I drew more attention to myself in that than I would have otherwise.
The hairpiece we found at the scene. The inspector had it ready for the Red-Headed League investigation.
I only arrived at the room at around 4:45. So I quickly placed the body on the floor, moved the notice board, and set up my little candle trick. Wow. I arranged it so that the firecrackers would go off with a bang around 15 minutes later. So that's Mr. Boone, who was due to arrive at 5, would walk straight into a trap. Except, at the last moment, I made a careless blunder.
What was that? I imagine it was the bag of fish and chips.
Ah? I didn't notice that it had fallen out of his overcoat's pocket when I moved the body to the refrigeration room. I put it back into his pocket the following morning, but... Well, it seems the warmth of the heated cabin had accelerated the decay of the fish. Anyway, that's everything. All the sordid details of what I did. Jesus! I've heard enough. We've arrived at the truth about the murder of one of the country's most capable and respected police inspectors.
I know, right?
Cool. Thank you, Katie. The witness will be tried in the coming days for a crime of such a vile nature. You could expect the most severe penalty.
An exchange of assassins. What a foolhardy idea.
Mr. Jigoku, one last detail.
Who was your counterpart in Britain? Who was the mastermind behind the assassin exchange? Nothing you say now can make matters any worse for you. Just tell us.
Enough! I've already told you. That I cannot say. Even though, as things stand, you may very well never set foot in your homeland again. What are you waiting for? Can't we get this over with now? It's finished. All of it. I'm finished. Then, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I now pronounce the findings of this court. This man before us has admitted to the wittiful murder of Tobias Gregson. Sashiro Jigoku, it is the opinion of this court that you should be found guilty. And may I remind all those present of the strict confidentiality demanded by this closed court. Moments ago, Mr. Jigoku signed a written confession admitting to the murder of Inspector Gregson and the subsequent conveyance of the body. In short, the defendant's innocence has therefore been established beyond doubt.
Oh, wonderful. Well done, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes,
Thank you. Is something wrong?
just a little troubled by his silence. The true identity of the Reaper of the Belly and this extraordinary assassin exchange. We do remain in the dark about these mysteries. However, insofar as the indictment brought against the defendant in this trial, we have reached a conclusion. I have every intention of pursuing both mysteries. As a prosecutor, as you wish. Now for the formal adjugation. I hereby declare the defendant, Baroque Van Zeeks.
Kazuma objects.
The prosecution calls for adjugation to be deferred. You are not done. Counsel? The accused's innocence hasn't been fully established at all. And therefore, it will be wrong to deliver a verdict at this time. That is the prosecution's unwavering position.
What? But Judge Jigoku has already confessed.
Nevertheless, Baroque Van Zeeks has committed crimes for which he must be punished. Well, it would appear you have information that the court needs to hear. Prosecutor Asogi? Certainly, the murder of Inspector Gregson was actually carried out by Sashiro Jigoku. But it's clear from the witness's testimony that he was coerced into complying with the plot. Into this sick, merciless assassin exchange.
That may be true, but...
So what I want to know is, who coerced Jigoku? Who was pulling the strings? The victim went to France, having been ordered on a mission for the Reaper, only to be murdered. In other words, the mastermind behind the assassin exchange is someone in a position to give such an order.
Yes, yeah, Katie. I'm on, 5.
As we've already established, the Reaper himself. Well, certainly, that would appear to follow. The prosecution hereby formally accuses the man in the dock, Baroque Van Zeeks. of being the Reaper of the Bailey. And furthermore, I'm going to prove his guilt beyond all reasonable doubt.
What?
What? Ryunosuke, please. Order! 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 The Reaper of the Bailey is a long-standing mystery. Counsel, are you suggesting that you have some new information with which to build a case?
Fair reaction. Scotland Yard has already investigated Lord Von Zieg's very thoroughly in that regard, and they found no evidence whatsoever to substantiate the claim that he is the Reaper.
Perhaps, but circumstances have now changed.
What do you mean?
It's already been established that the assassin exchange was negotiated with Jigoku by the Reaper himself. Which means we now have a new line of questioning by which to identify definitively the man's identity. That is the prosecution's intention here. I must say, I'm surprised by quite how tenaciously you appear to want to besmirch my name.
I like that word, besmirch.
You have besmirched me. You are guilty of an unforgivable crime, Lord Von Zieks. And I will bring you to justice for it, whatever it takes.
That explains Kazuma's silence before. He'll stop at nothing to finish what Lord Von Zieks unwittingly started 10 years ago.
Very well. Witness, it's extremely irregular. I will on this occasion grant the prosecution further opportunity for witness testimony. The defendant will disclose any and all involvement he has had with the Reaper and the assassin exchange. I thank you, my lord, for guiding the court so wisely. I hereby declare this court to be in session for a supplementary hearing. Ah, yeah. Pray turn a blind eye to the discourtesy as I verify that this vile and unremitting accusation hasn't soured the contents of my hallowed chalice. Lord Von Zieks, I first had to suffer the pseudonym of the Reaper 10 years ago now. And ever since that time, I've endured the weight of implied guilt that's gone with it. So I welcome the chance to testify now and crush those allegations once and for all. Good. Then let justice decide, Lord Van Zieks. The prosecution seeks to begin building its case by calling the accused to the stand as the primary witness in order that he may answer the accusation brought by the prosecution that he is the Reaper of the Bailey. And what says the defense?
Putting the defendant in the witness stand can be extremely dangerous. And Kazuma-sama is so emotional at the moment, he's not thinking logically. You're right that he's not himself. But I knew it would be like this. And I came here today determined to face him through whatever might arise. As a lawyer, and as a friend. And that's what we must do. The defense has no objection, my lord.
Very well. Defendant, you will take the witness stand and give formal testimony on the subject of your involvement with the Reaper and the Assassin Exchange. As you wish, my lord. Aw, snap. Witness testimony. The Reaper and the Assassin Exchange. I've never taken the life of another, nor have I instructed another to kill. I have been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I was aware of Gregson's involvement. That's the reason why I went to Fresno Street that day, and how I came to discover the body. The point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. Clearly, therefore, there's no reason to suspect me of being behind the Assassin Exchange. So you deny all accusations by the prosecution? Both that you are the Reaper of the Barely, and that you masterminded the Assassin Exchange. I acknowledge that the public at large believe me to be the Reaper. However, that's a fallacy, which I alone am in a position to forswear. Naturally, the prosecution believes the testimony just given by the accused to be untrue. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Yes? Let me ask you, why are you here? What really brings you to this courtroom? A desire to uncover the truth. Even if the truth proves your client to be guilty? From all my experiences in this courtroom, I've come to realize something. The truth can't be hidden. Sooner or later, it will come out. So it's always my intention to work with my client in pursuit of the truth. I want you to remember what you just said. Enough dilatory chatter. Counsel for the defense. Proceed to cross-examine the witness. Ah, yes, my lord. I know exactly what you're thinking, Kazuma. I know you're just waiting to point it out. The contradiction you convinced The contradiction you're convinced lies somewhere within this man's testimony. The real trial begins. Named after Nick, but he looks and works like Apollo. You don't know if you like this Naruhodo guy, but he's interesting. He's cool. Ryunosuke's cool. He's grown on me. Hello, Kronos. Like, I like this guy the same way that I would like, Phoenix Wright, Apollo Justice. Yeah, like he is a really cool fusion of him in a way, considering the name too as well. Ryunosuke, we've gotten to learn about over the course of the past 9 cases. Now, yeah, you do like that Phoenix Wright plus spinoff equals, is that right? Yeah, it's so cool, Kate. It's so cool, Kronos. The Reaper and the Assassin Exchange. Okay. A convincing testimony by Lord Von Zeeks. Certainly, with no apparent connection between the three men,
There's no way to establish a motive. The testimony seems unassailable, as far as I can see. Oh dear me, what a bleak expression. I agree. There doesn't appear to be any particular link between them, at first glance. But with the inclusion of one other person, I must be overthinking it, surely. Another person, Mr. Naruhodo? I need to think back over all the information we've gleaned so far. Alright, and I'll review my notes about the case and all the evidence in the court record. I like her little strategy guide. Could it be that Lord Van Zieks has something to hide after all? Let's see. Gone from being so show-shocked in the trial to this point here and now? Yeah, KD. You're gonna go play Magic the Gathering Arena once it installs? Thank you, Kronos. You enjoy your Magic the Gathering Arena. Try not to melt weather hot. Okay. Thank you very much. I've never taken the life of another, nor have I instructed another to kill. One moment. Just gonna put a little safety save. Okay. Let's press this statement.
Hold it!
So you're not what the general public referred to as the infamous Reaper of the Bailey? Exactly. Exactly. Don't imagine for a moment that the court will be satisfied with a one-word answer on this. I realize that. If you're intending to comment on every sentence, this could take a while, Kazuma. Didn't you find it disturbing, though? As you complete the game, you cannot tell me what to do, and can't truly explain what you really want to about Ryunosuke has proceeded with the past two cases to previous tribal days. Okay, fair. That one by one, defendants who hadn't been acquitted after your unsuccessful prosecution were killed? Let me answer that question by posing another. If one by one, defendants who had been acquitted after your successful defense were killed, would you find that disturbing? Disturbing? I couldn't possibly say how that would make me feel with a one-word answer like that. Exactly. Well, that told me. But even though I'm not the Reaper, that doesn't mean I ignored all the heresy. Hearsay. Heresy. No, hearsay. I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I was aware of Gregson's involvement.
Hold it!
You say for years. How long exactly? Since the very first time the Reaper's influence was felt in his courtroom, 10 years ago now. And your investigations led you somehow to Inspector Gregson. You're saying? I didn't want to believe it. He was a personal acquaintance. We'd worked on cases together in the past. A friend, even? It felt like a betrayal, but I demanded permission to search his office at the yard without his knowledge. Which is when you found his secret notebook, is it? It's when I first learned of the location. He'd noted only as grouse, and the appointment at 5 p.m. on the 31st. Though I didn't know the significance of those details at the time. So now we're at the nub of the matter. As it turns out, the significance for me personally was very unfortunate. That's the reason why I went to Fresno Street that day, and how I came to discover the body.
Hold it!
But why did she go to that specific location? I thought that if it was the Reaper's headquarters, then by turning up there at 5 o'clock, I would catch whoever was involved red-handed. Sadly, all that was waiting me was the inspector's corpse. Yes, even though it wasn't designed for you, you walked straight into the trap set by Jigoku. Exactly. Jigoku had intended to implicate Hyug Boon, but unhappily for me, I arrived at the scene first. Ha! A ridiculously careless blunder. Moved on to just throwing insults around, I see then. Kazuma. Think what you will. It doesn't change the truth. Ah, in Japanese, Jigoku literally translates to hell or earth prison. Haha. The point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson.
Hold it!
There is a link between you and Gregson, though. Of course, we were close acquaintances. We'd work on numerous cases together. Hello there, famous adventurer. The ace attorneying has been going extremely well. And we are getting to the heart of the matter. I considered the man to be a mentor of sorts. He taught me a number of important lessons. He did? Such as what? Where to buy good fish and chips, and such like. Aw. Well, that was convincing. Dr. Wilson was a coroner, of course, but that was some time in the past. And in any case, I understand it was several years ago, now that he was invited to work at a Japanese university. That's right, he was a visiting professor at the Imperial Yume University in Tokyo. It should be unambiguously clear then that no link exists between myself and him. In other words, I had no motive for sending some assassin across the oceans to kill the man. It sounds plausible enough, and I want to believe it. But something about this just doesn't quite sit right with me. Clearly, therefore, there's no reason to suspect me of being behind the assassin exchange.
Hold it!
Certainly, as it stands, there's no evidence to suggest that you concocted the scheme. Ah! Sipping that fine tea, KD.
Objection!
Or coffee. But as it stands, we have only the accused's insistence of his innocence. Sorry. Perhaps there is some reason that would explain why he masturbated the assassin exchange. And if a reason could be established later in these proceedings, then the accused's claim in this status that he wasn't involved would amount to perjury. Well, yes, that's true, but clearly Kazuma-sama intends to identify a reason and use it to make his case. So if we don't identify something first, he'll gain the advantage. This could be dangerous. Alright. Okay. Hey there, Necros Grim. Nice to see ya. Oh, I thank you for the roses. Lovely. From a lovely dragon. Well, alright. Now then. Alright. I'm going to look deep within these statements. No common thread exists between yourself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson, huh? Hold on. Oh, really? Oh, Van Zeeks, you are looking very transparent right now. Or rather, well, you're not really looking transparent. We can clearly see you. And I'm sure you have a reflection. You're not Count Dracula. However, it's more like the statement. This statement right here. Let me just look through my evidence. Wow. Ladies and gentlemen of the chat room, I found a link.
Objection!
What is this? An autopsy report? Wait, this is 10 years old. From the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. What? My brother's autopsy report? I'm pleased to see the defense doesn't intend to run from the undeniable truth. Order in court. What reason do you have for presenting a 10-year-old autopsy report here, counsel? This, the autopsy report of the professor's final victim, is an indelible link between Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson, and the defendant. Not that accursed name again. The professor. I personally researched all the court records relating to that case. I know that at the time, autopsy was considered sacrilegious to the victim's souls. At the time, and for a member of the aristocracy, like Lord Clint Van Zeeks, it was unthinkable. But someone implored the powers that be to allow the autopsy to go ahead. Inspector Gregson. He declared that he was certain he would obtain conclusive proof from the procedure.
And it was Dr. Wilson who conducted the autopsy. His signature is clearly visible on the document.
As promised by Gregson, the autopsy did indeed produce evidence. Evidence that conclusively proved Genshin Asogi was guilty of the murders. In my brother's dying moments, he mustered all his remaining strength to leave that vital clue behind. Indeed, that was the key to indicting the professor for his crimes and the conclusive evidence that convicted him. It enabled Lord Von Zieks here to avenge his brother's senseless death with a marvelous victory in court. A marvelous victory, was it? I wonder if that's really true. What? Could the same be said if it turned out that the key piece of evidence in question was in fact fabricated? If the inspector, the coroner, and the prosecutor all colluded together to cast an innocent Japanese man as a mass murderer and send him to his death. That's outrageous! And now, 10 years later, for some reason the secret has been threatened and needs protecting. Which is why the inspector and the coroner had to be silenced, isn't it? By someone in power in Japan and in Britain, using the two killers recruited for the assassin exchange. Order! Order at once! 10 years ago, my father was convicted in this very courtroom as a mass murderer to be sentenced to death. But it was all a sham, and I swore to myself that I'd prove it. Which is why I had to come to Britain, whatever the cost. You'll have to forgive me if I feel compelled to toast this vengeful Nipponese tenacity of purpose here. Yeah, Chuckman. However, he who fails to quash his emotions in the courtroom has failed as a lawyer. Come on, Kazuma. You know this won't wash. You're claiming your father was misrepresented in a trial that took place a whole decade ago. You must see that without evidence, that's nothing more than a wild accusation. As it happens, I have evidence. What? As the court has heard, I crossed the channel to France with Gregson on the 31st. I went with him on the pretext of being the assassin recruited to kill Sashiro Jigoku. But my true intentions were to make the inspector tell me the truth. What truth? The truth about the evidence. And he acknowledged what I'd already deduced. There's a closely guarded secret about what went on in that autopsy 10 years ago. What? A secret? I know nothing of any secret. While we waited for my supposed mark in Jigoku's cabin, I drew my clan's illustrious sword, Karuma, before the inspector's eyes. He very quickly understood what my true motive was. Right, I see. You're that Asogi's young lad, are you? And what? You're to cut me down with that thing. Is that it? That will very much depend on the answers you give to my questions. I want to know what really happened 10 years ago. The truth. That's all. Before we get into it, let me make one thing clear.
I still believe your father was a professor. There's no doubt in my mind. But unfortunately, back then, we didn't have the evidence we needed to make the crime stick. So, you admit it then? The evidence used in my father's trial was fabricated? It was for the good of the country. Anyway, I was just following orders. Just following orders. Orders? What exactly did you do? Speak! I'm not saying another word. Even if your life depends on it? That's right. Even then? So that's when the tip of the sword broke. Oh, Kazuma-sama. If the results of Clint Van Zeke's autopsy were fabricated, then the investigating officer, Gregson, and the lead coroner, Wilson, must have known about it. And they can only have been ordered to pervert the course of justice in that way by one man. The man leading the case for the prosecution, Baruch Van Zeeks. In other words, the defendant did have cause to organize this exchange of assassins. Exactly. And as was established earlier, it has to have been the Reaper himself. Hang on. It has to have been the Reaper himself who liaises with Jigoku in Japan to arrange the exchange. Ah. So it follows that the Reaper's true identity can only be that of the man who stands accused in this courtroom today, Baruch Von Zeeks. Kazuma, Kazuma, Kazuma.
Objection!
Kazuma Asogi. What? What you've just told the court. Are you absolutely certain of your facts? Did Gregson really fabricate evidence for that trial 10 years ago? I heard it with my own ears. His shameful admission. In that case, I know. The name of the Reaper. What? What? Lord Van Zeeks? I gave no such orders. I know that for certain. Which narrows down the remaining possibilities to one. If Lord Von Zeeks isn't the one behind all this, then yes, there is only one other person who could have done something like that. I believe I know who it is too. Me too. Me too. Me too, Ryunosuke. You? I just had a feeling this name was going to come up. The true identity of the infamous Reaper of the Barely is... Lord Chief Justice.
Take that!
The only person who could have arranged the assassin exchange and manipulated the autopsy results. is the Lord Chief Justice himself, Lord Male Strongheart. And he just looks very, very evil. I suspected him somehow in some way in the previous game. He gives off big Damon Gant vibes. What? Lord Strongheart? Yes, it's true that 10 years ago, the defendant handled the prosecution of the professor in court. Well, he only took over the case after his brother, Lord Clint von Zeeks, had been killed. Grotto. I'm not going to allow this. Me either. Yes, Chuckman. I was waiting and waiting and waiting. Like, this guy has got to be built up to be the big bad. This guy, I mean, I don't know, he seemed, well, mild-mannered, loving the time and all that, blah, 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 I'm the Chief Justice, blah, blah, blah. I like to make fun of him. I get to make fun of him. All the times I made fun of him, it's justified. I can only assume that this is the most inappropriate joke in British judicial history. No, sir. It's no joke. The moment you knew something was wrong was the lack of conserve the result of case. Yes, KD. I felt the same thing, KD. I'm like, something felt so. I felt this air of like, this air of uncomfortability. Like, I just felt uncomfortable. Coffee crisis? Okay, coffee crisis? Maybe. Bubsy 3D? Probably never. Anyway, I can only assume that this is the most inappropriate joke in British judicial history. You could go for some coffee crisis, or you drink a lot of coffee and causes a crisis. But for context, though, there is a game called Coffee Crisis, and maybe one day I'll stream it and show you how kind of bad it is. It's a beat 'em up, that's for sure. But enough of that. We have a case to go on. Let's see. Even though that turned out not to be the Reaper's doing, you couldn't pinpoint it outright, but you got Damon Gant vibes then. But then you also began thinking about Manfred von Karma vibes simultaneously. Yeah, fair. Well, Lord von Zeeks, 10 years ago, I was very new to my profession, but I had a burning desire to avenge my brother's death, so I pleaded for control of the case. The investigation to that point, the supplication of the Lords to allow my brother's corpse to be examined, all the evidence I was given, the autopsy reports, it all came from you. I've spent my life since then believing I was in your debt for the way you stood aside and let me handle the trial. Van Zeeks, you were the last man who should have taken the reins of the Professor case after that. Yeah. I've spent my life since then believing I was in your debt for the way you stood aside and let me handle the trial. But I see now. I was never much mistaken. It was a hugely influential force that caused the inspector and the coroner to break the law 10 years ago. And that same force was still felt a decade later on the other side of the world by Sashiro Jigoku. Lord Strongheart, everything falls into place when we recognize that you are the Reaper of the Barely. The court awaits your response, my lord. This may very well go down in British judicial history, but I assure you, it is no joke. Consider this a formal accusal by the defense. Or does it warrant a response? A formal accusal? Don't be absurd. The defense's claims are utter nonsense. A wild fantasy at best. Says you. You're not going to defend yourself? You claim there was some wrongdoing with Lord Clint von Zieg's autopsy? That's utterly untrue.
Objection.
But I heard it from Gregson's own lips. He admitted to it. And where's your evidence? What? Gregson's dead now. Unless you were thinking of summoning a ghost to the stand. Hey, Lord Chief Justice. That could actually happen. I'm from the future. But enough about that. Madam Faye. You mean to say? I forget how the system works in your little backwater country. Oh, come on, bro. But in the courts of the British Empire, without evidence, there is no case. I have no intention of entertaining some wild fantasy that can't possibly substantiated by anyone or anything. Ugh. Damn you. Order! Order in court! Following Inspector Gregson's murder, and the light of Dr. Wilson's death as well, there's really no one left who could testify about the events of 10 years ago, is there? So that was the real purpose of the assassin exchange. This court has no business raking over the coals of a case that was concluded a decade ago. The accusal brought by the prosecution and the defense is categorically denied. I take it there are no objections? Bro. Kazuma. He's more or less waited his whole life for this moment. Is there really nothing else we can do now? Is there no other avenue we can go down in pursuit of the truth about what happened all those years ago? If only there was someone who could testify about Clint von Zieg's autopsy. Bro, there's someone. There's someone. He's gone to extraordinary lengths to cover his tracks. Even so far as dispatching an assassin all the way to Japan to ensure Dr. Wilson's silence. And Dr. Sight won't say anything against Strongheart. But there's still one ray of hope. Hope?
Objection.
Actually, there is one person. One person who could still testify about that autopsy. Don't be ridiculous. There's no one left. Says you. Says who? Who, Ryunosuke? Who? Tell me. I'm getting to it. Kazuma, Please. This trial can't end. Not yet. Calm down. I'm getting to it. I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing it for the truth. Yeah. For the truth. The person the defense would like to call to the stand to testify about the autopsy of Lord Clint von Zieks is this fine gentleman right here, Yuji Mikotoba.
Take that!
Heaven help us. Another Japanese. Bro, you, sir, are racist. An expert in forensic medicine, my lord. Professor Eugene Mikotoba, 16 years ago. He came to London with Sashiro Jigoku and Genshin Asogi as a visiting student. And what could his testimony possibly tell us? I know, Chuck. Professor Mikotoba was a primary assistant during the autopsy in question. Racist. He was also the person who actually penned the report. Incorrect. The autopsy was carried out by the coroner, Dr. Wilson. The report carries his signature. It was the primary assistant's duty to keep a written record of the coroner's work during the procedure. In actual fact, the coroner merely read over the report at the end and signed it. In other words, Professor Mikotoba witnessed the entire autopsy from start to finish. The defense demands that Professor Mikotoba be summoned as a witness as a matter of urgency. Whatever really happened in that autopsy laboratory 10 years ago is something only he can tell us. The defense's demand is denied. What? What? How dare? But Professor Mikotoba is in London at this very moment. We could summon him to the stand in minutes. No, of course he's not going to agree to it. Strongheart has no intention of summoning anyone who knows. He's too concerned about protecting himself. Prosecutor Asogi, let me refresh your memory, as you seem to have forgotten the prosecution's stance. Only minutes ago, you accused the defendant of being the Reaper and of masterminding the assassin exchange. I did, yes. So present your evidence for those claims and make your case complete. At this time, I don't have the requisite evidence, but that's exactly why we need witness testimony. The Professor case is closed. There are no clues in the distant past that will bolster your argument today. You want to bet? I'm afraid to say, Prosecutor Asogi, that you would appear to be possessed by the spirit of your late homicidal father. Bro. Now, as I stated earlier, this court has already reached a conclusion with respect to the matter at hand. I know, man. Inspector Gregson was murdered by Japanese Supreme Court Judge Sashiro Jigoku. As for the hidden circumstances that may exist, they will be investigated in due course by the proper authorities.
Objection!
We're doing this now. But we all know what will happen. That'll just give the mastermind of the whole venture time to cover his tracks again. By which you mean me. Your punishment for this contemptible behavior will be decided at a later date. As for you, Prosecutor Asogi, you will be remanded following these proceedings. Willingly, I trust, since you gave your word. This futile game of revenge is over, young Master Asogi. Oh my god, no. Oh, his defeated pose. Grr. Ah! Ah!
That will be all. I hereby declare this trial to be over. Court is.
Hold it.
Hold it! Mr. Holmes!
Am I so happy to see this man? I am so happy to see this man.
This is no place for amateur detection, Mr. Sholmes. May I remind you that these proceedings are closed to the general public. You will leave the courtroom at once.
Objection.
Mr. Sholmes was instrumental in the apprehension of Seshiro Jigoku before he fled from Europe. The court should hear what he has to say. Should he was driven up a wall by
Lord Mayor Strongheart,
It's imperative that you refrain from bringing this trial to an end at this stage.
is it really?
And why should that be? You need only recall your own words for the opening of the trial to answer that question, if I may. We all stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Surely it can't be that the shock of being accused of being the Reaper yourself has erased that from your memory, can it?
The whole truth, sir, has already been uncovered.
My foot. It would seem that we have a great many important members of the judiciary present here today. I put it to you, my dear fellows, should the trial end at this juncture? After all, why have you been invited to attend? To nod along the prevarications of your superiors?
Order! Order in court!
It seems to me that we stand before a door that leads to a new era of legal practices. A door is ajar. Let us emerge from the shadows of the Reaper's decade-long ascendancy. For you and you alone, my dear fellows, have the power to push this door open now. The auditors in the gallery
Have no right to express an opinion on court proceedings. Silence!
somebody from the future tells you to silence. He's right. The judge has absolute authority here. Yes, if he calls the trial to an end, it must end. But will that really do? I sense dark things occurring behind the scenes. Dark things indeed. Is there a single person here present who can honestly say he doesn't sense the same? What? The trial should go on. Summon the witness. That's right. We need to clear this up before that young Japanese fellow is remanded in custody. My lord, you assured those present that you would uncover the whole truth here. Vindicate yourself on this outlandish accusation. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. That's the very foundation of British law. A toast to my dependable colleagues in the gallery. I'm gonna screen cap this. I love this. Beautiful. Peer pressure for the win.
All the trial. Well, my lord, you hear the voice of British justice, I take it? Testify. I think you'll find it will be rather awkward to silence. The court will recess briefly. I have no intention of shrinking from these allegations. Meredith, arrange for the subpoena of the witness at once. As soon as the gentleman arrives at the courthouse, we shall reconvene. A recess won't be necessary, my lord. Pardon? Mikotoba is a close friend of mine. He accompanied me today and is waiting in the antechamber as we speak. I do believe he's been enjoying a little trip down memory lane, in fact. What? Professor Mikotoba is here in the courthouse? Mr. Sholmes, you didn't know this would happen, did you? My dear fellow, no one is in a better position to answer that question than you, Shirley. I wasn't just asking for the fun of it, you know. Well, I must thank you for your assistance in this matter, Mr. Sholmes. However, you are of no further use here. Kindly leave the courtroom at once. But of course, in truth, I find myself rather busy now, as a result of these developments. Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. I trust you have Iris's little lucky charm with you. Absolutely. It's still in my pocket. Oh. She sends her regards, and a reminder. If you find yourself at a dead end, the ears are at your disposal. Just one tug, if you please. Oh, of course. In that case, the trial will continue without delay. Bailiff, show the witness to the stand. Though it's Lord Strongheart, he's a leaper of the Bailey. What exactly is this trial going to take me, I wonder? Just how deep am I about to be plunged into the blackness of the abyss? Well, I'm ready. I'm ready to head into the heart of this maelstrom and confront whatever horrors it tries to drown me under. Maelstrom. To be continued. Yeah, we're doing it, everyone. Totally finishing this. How many glasses does Lord Von Zeeks have? Infinite. You're about to reaper some Baileys right now? Okay. Oh my god. Maria. Gory. So, witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Eugen Mikotoba, lecturer in forensic medicine at the Imperial Yume University in Tokyo, Japan. I guess that's her reference. Yeah, this is Maria Gori. Yeah, Grotto, this is Maria Gori. She does autopsy work, just like her mom, Dr. Saif. She likes to use a scalpel. And Professor Mikotoba, the young lady beside you is... Ah, this is Dr. Maria Gori, Scotland Yard's practicing coroner, the daughter of Dr. Seif, I understand.
Yes, Dr. Seif.
I'm afraid I can't tell you why she's here. She just appeared.
Yeah,
Where the hell did she come from?
you summoned this strange Japanese man as a witness to that autopsy.
Ah, this is Dr. Goff Batty. Yes, Grotto. She's definitely a baddie.
I've been seeing that a lot lately. You summoned this strange Japanese man as a witness to that autopsy. But you don't summon Mama. That makes no sense. She was there too.
Oh my god. That animation?
Oh, hold on. Her English surname is a play on Gory. Yeah, I got that. And possibly a reference to, there you go, Edward Gorey, an American illustrator known for his macabre works. Maria could be a reference to Bloody Mary, a derogatory nickname for Queen Mary I of England. Thank you so much for the trivia. I love good trivia. But you don't summon Mama. That makes no sense. She was there too.
That's about the size of it. I've had her eyes boring into the side of my cheek constantly. Whilst I was in the antechamber too.
Poor man. The idea of it's making me shudder. The revelations about Dr. Seif that came to light come days ago defiled the reputation of the entire judiciary. She was therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceedings. Judge Gog, why is there a person with knives in your courtroom? I have no control of the courtroom, Chuckman! It's Ace Attorney! That's all I got to say.
She was therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceedings. The Ministry of Justice's decision on that is final.
Well, we wouldn't want any more perjury to be committed, would we?
To be fair, that's the least weird thing we've seen in the courtroom.
You got that right,
Grotto.
You got that right.
She's got her plague doctor mask on.
The Ministry of Justice? Some questionable strings are being pulled, I think.
It is Katie. It is.
I remember you, Dr. Mikotoba.
But I certainly never expected to be meeting you under these circumstances.
And just from this duology, too. Yeah.
Yes, it's been a long while, Lord Strongheart. The prosecution understands that you were a visiting student of forensic science in London until 10 years ago. That's right. I studied under Dr. Wilson at St. Sinners. So you were present at the autopsy of my brother, Lord Clint von Zeeks. I was, yes. I assisted Dr. Wilson with the entire procedure.
Mama is far more skilled than any Japanese man. Wow.
Well, Dr. Wilson asked me to be his primary assistant on that occasion.
And this autopsy report was actually penned by you, I believe.
Yes, I noted all the doctor's findings, and when we were done, he read through the document and signed it.
Poor Mama. As secretary assistant, she wouldn't have had such a good view of all the innards.
So, Professor, do you remember Inspector Gregson? Yes, of course. If it wasn't for his insistence, Lord Von Zeke's autopsy would never have happened. Chicks, a whole omnibus, smoke guns, journalists testifying, everything about William Shakespeare, the professor's wax sculpture, washing Daisy Vigil clean to wash off his Hugh Boone disguise, the destruction of the witness stand. Yeah, that's a good list, KD, of what has transpired up until this point. But he was absolutely convinced that it would reveal decisive evidence against Genshin, you see. So Lord Strongheart had to entreat the nobility to allow it to take place. Do correct me if I'm wrong, my lord. Yeah, Injustice Duology. Do correct me if I'm wrong, my lord. It was as a result of that autopsy that a mass murderer was apprehended and justice was done. But Gregson admitted it before he was killed. He admitted that the results of the autopsy were fabricated. You were there at the time, so you must testify. You have an obligation to tell the truth about what really went on. Yeah. Absolutely. That's precisely why I'm here.
And that's why I'm here too.
Very well then. You will give your formal testimony now, witness. But before you begin, a word of warning. Oh, you will state truthfully and accurately what you saw and what you heard at the time. I wouldn't dream of doing otherwise, my lord. The moment your testimony verges on supposition, I will expel you from my courtroom.
No, Chief Justice.
Remember that. Oh, man. And we got Maria Gori on the stand. The autopsy of Clint Van Zeeks. Clint Von Zeeks. Let's throw in 6 mainline games. Parrots and orcas testifying. Robots testifying. Bomb threats. Spirits. A phony attorney. Whips. Coffee. Air guitar. Epic breakdowns. Oh my god, yeah. Especially the epic breakdowns. From my own observations, I couldn't say there was any indication of the autopsy results having been fabricated. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword, transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange.
There were no other signs of internal injury. Nothing questionable at all. It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach.
Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant.
Oh, hello?
Whoosh. No indication. Nothing to suggest fabrication.
Professor Mikotoba, are you certain about that?
Well, nothing that I could positively identify as such, much less swear to it in testimony. Ugh. Well, that clears things up nicely. Oh my god. He's scary, he's laughing. The only fabrication here, Sogi, has come from you. On what grounds? What?
You claim that Inspector confessed just before his death, but that is the fabrication. That is the fabrication. No, he freely acknowledged it. I swear he did. Freely, with the tip of a sword at his throat. The man was clearly at his wit's end. The courts will give no credence to this confession that was uttered in obvious desperation. Quite simply, there was nothing questionable about the investigation of Lord Clint Van Ziek's death. And with this testimony, we have, without question, uncovered the whole truth of the matter. If I may, my lord, there was most certainly something questionable about it, and the whole truth does rather elude us, I feel. Oh, hi, Boosh. Say hi. I beg your pardon. Well, you're obviously aware of the facts of the case. All four of the professor's previous victims died when an enormous beast was set upon them that ripped out their throats. You know, I was wondering when that was going to... I did not forget the bloody collar. Oh, such horrifying crimes. But curiously, the killer's last victim, Lord Clint Von Zieks, suffered a different fate. Yes, you're right. He was stabbed through the heart with a sword. Yeah. Or the Hound of the Baskervilles. That's enough. I believe I warned you about this, witness. I promise to curtail your testimony as soon as it entered the realms of supposition or speculation. Humph. Very well, my lord. In that case, the defense will pursue a conclusion to this during the cross-examination. What? I have the right to cross-examine every witness after testimony, and I fully intend to exercise that right. Ryunosuke, I'm afraid that even the presiding judge has no authority to contravene the letter of the law, as I'm sure every member of the judiciary present in the gallery would agree. Humph. Very well. You may begin, counsel. However, the moment your argument strays from the established facts, I will not hesitate to bring the cross-examination to an end. Proceed with caution. Yes, my lord. You hear that, Boosh? We gotta proceed with caution. The autopsy of Clint Von Zieks. That's everything, is it? Poor father. He looks so troubled. Perhaps because 10 years ago, something happened that's been weighing on his mind. Oh, I couldn't say. Were his words. That phrasing was very deliberate, I'm sure. I wonder if he's had his suspicions all these years. If that's the case, we need to use this cross-examination to prove what really happened and remove any trace of doubt. If we could establish that Kazuma-sama's claim of fabricated evidence was true, we can't shy away from this now. Even if what we might uncover, even if what we might uncover can lead to total calamity. Don't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. I'll be right beside you, whatever may happen. Susato is awesome. Now, before, I was just gonna say, I'm gonna cross-examine. I want that sweet, sweet flavor test, uh, that sweet, sweet flavor text of, pursuing what I don't need to pursue.
Hold it! Excuse me.
Excuse me. Is something wrong, Dr. Gori? Did the last statement give you pause for thought, perhaps? Well, something did just come to mind. If you Easterners come from the other side of the world, are your internal organs all flipped? That's messed up too. Sorry. I'm desperate to luck.
No, please. Strictly speaking, that's not really related to the testimony, is it?
Ready for the first incision?
No! No!
God!
Hold it!
Alright, let's pursue Count Dracula real quick.
Excuse me.
Lord Von Zeeks. Let me guess. Is there something about the witness's last statement that troubles me? Is that what you wish to ask?
Yes, exactly. You're very perceptive.
Whereas you would appear not to be. Huh? You really need to learn how to read your fellow man, my Nipponese friend. Read them, or read them. Right. I want to pursue Mikotoba real quick. That sweet, sweet flavor text.
Excuse me.
Professor Mikotoba. Yes? What can I do for you, Mr. Naruhodo? Did something about that last statement bother you in some way? I feel as though it might have done, as it happens. But you startled me so much I've clean forgotten what I was thinking.
Perhaps try to remember for next time then?
And perhaps you could try to remember not to holler next time. Alright. Okay. From my own observations, I couldn't say there was any indication of the autopsy results having been fabricated.
Hold it!
You couldn't say?
No, sadly not. But then you couldn't say there wasn't any indication either, could you? No, true, I couldn't. I was at Dr. Wilson's side as he performed the procedure, recording what he did. But at times, of course, he instructed me to fetch implements and such like. Whilst I was away from the operating table, obviously, I could have missed something.
And at those times, what was the secondary assistant doing? Following this Japanese man's orders to adjust the lighting or passing implements. But that doesn't mean Mama wasn't a vital part of the team.
Quite, yes. So would you kindly refrain from staring at my cheek like that? Professor Mikotoba, think. Was there nothing at all that seemed out of place to you? Well, yes, there was, as a matter of fact. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword, transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange.
Hold it!
In all the previous 4 killings attributed to the professor, the victims were killed by an enormous dog, I believe. Their throats were, well, mauled.
Correct.
and yet Lord Von Zeeks was stabbed. Ah, do you mean to say you think Lord Clint Von Zeeks may not in fact have been one of the professor's victims? There is no basis on which to doubt the findings of the investigations carried out at the time. But Genshin Isogi confessed to all of his crimes upon his arrest. He admitted to having taken the lives of all 5 members of the aristocracy. Yet the beast that was used to carry out the killings was never identified. No evidence was found to suggest that Genshin had ever kept the dog. A true hound of hell. There were no other signs of internal injury. Nothing questionable at all.
Hold it!
But, you weren't actually present at the autopsy yourself, were you, Dr. Gori? Does that matter? Well, I just wonder how useful your testimony could be in that case, really. I mean, it would be different if your mother, Dr. Saif, were in the stand, but I've read all the paperwork about the case, and Mama's told me the story countless times. The statement I just made is exactly what's written in the autopsy report. I did confirm that myself at the time. It's true. Besides the stab wound, there were no other signs of internal trauma. I see. Mama told me all about it. Oh, she said there was nothing of note internally. But they did find an amazing piece of evidence. Something unbelievable. Unbelievable? What do you mean? Come on, Dr. Gori. What was it? It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach.
Hold it!
What exactly was it, though? What does beautiful but dangerous mean? Well, it was sparkly and round, with a hole, as if it might slip over a finger, perhaps. It was a ring belonging to Genshin Isogi. My father's ring was inside the victim's stomach? At the time, Genshin wore a large ring on the digitus quartus of his left hand, the fourth, or ring finger. I'd understood if it was some sort of keepsake. When my father left Japan for London 16 years ago, I was 8 years old. But I remembered that ring. You do? My father's possessions were sent to our family home in Japan after his death, but the ring wasn't among them. Obviously not. It was a key piece of evidence. It remains under lock and key in the stores at Scotland Yard to this day. After the autopsy, Genshin was summoned by the police to check for the presence of his ring. It wasn't on his hand, of course. Moreover, there were deep abrasions on his finger where it had been pulled off. They arrested the man there and then, right before my eyes. How could they? I brought the ring along with me today. What? Here it is, a bit dusty from years in the stars. Good gracious. Yes, that's it. I haven't seen that in 10 long years. And what was found inside the victim's stomach? I... Yes, I'm afraid so. You hesitated there, Professor Mikotoba. Should we read something into that? Ah, well, it's just that, thinking back now, I didn't actually witness the moment it was extracted from the victim's body. Oh my! Really? At that precise moment, Dr. Wilson had asked me to fetch him a new scalpel, you see. Dr. Gordy, the removal of historic evidence from the stores requires my consent, does it not? However it came to be here, the court cannot deny that this is crucial evidence for today's proceedings. Very well, you may submit it. Mr. Asogi's ring has been entered into the court record. Mr. Asogi's ring. A ring belonging to Genshin Asogi, found in Lord Clint Van Zeek's stomach during the autopsy. The claws clasping the gem look sharp enough to cause a very nasty scratch. It's not like the sort of thing normally seen in Japan. They almost look like claws protecting that jewel. Let's examine it right now. These fat claws are doing a good job of protecting the equally fat gemstone in the middle of this room. In the middle of this ring. Yes, if you were clumsy, you could give yourself a rather nasty cut on them, I should think. Ow. Now my finger's bleeding. The claws really are sharp. Oh my, that was very quick clumsiness, Mr. Naruhodo, even for you. Ugh, who will make such a dangerous thing? You couldn't swallow it without doing yourself some fairly serious damage, surely. A sticky mochi bun of about that size would go down much better, with some red bean paste in the middle. Someone as clumsy as me would probably manage to choke on it somehow. Okay. Is there anything else peculiar about this ring? No, we got entertaining flavor text out of it. However, this ring will be important. I mean, it's going to be, duh. It's not the sort of ring normally seen in Japan. They almost look like claws protecting that jewel. We must examine it very carefully, Mr. Naruhodo. Very carefully indeed. Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant.
Hold it!
And that was the decisive piece of evidence that led to Genshin Asogi's arrest. Correct. After further investigations by Scotland Yard, the man admitted to his crimes. That's a lie. My father was no killer. Baroque von Zeeks, it was you. You twisted the truth to suit your purposes. Your hatred of me doesn't change the facts that were established 10 years ago. My brother Clint had closed in on the professor. In the end, he exposed the man and put a stop to his lethal rampage. In the way only a man of my brother's caliber could. That's everything, is it? Poor father, he looks so troubled. Perhaps because 10 years ago, something happened that's been weighing on his mind. Oh, I couldn't say were his words. That phrasing was very deliberate, I'm sure. I wonder if he's had his suspicions all these years. If that's the case, we need to use this cross-examination to prove what really happened, and remove any traces of doubt. If we can establish that Kazuma-sama's claim of fabricated evidence was true, we can't shy away from this now. even if what we might uncover could lead to total calamity. Don't worry, Mr. Naruhodo, I'll be right beside you, whatever may happen. Okay, so, we got a ring, everybody. We got a ring. Hmm. Okay. There were no other signs of internal injury. Nothing questionable at all. Except... there was. There most definitely was. Alright. And here we go, everyone.
Objection.
The court has heard that the ring was extracted from the victim's stomach. But you didn't actually see it being removed, did you, Professor Mikotoba? That's right. As I said in my testimony before, at that moment, I was fetching a replacement scalpel that Dr. Wilson had requested. In other words, you can neither confirm nor deny whether his ring, in fact, really came from the victim's stomach or not. What are you suggesting, counsel? That the ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with. It's entirely feasible that Dr. Wilson fabricated that detail about the autopsy. What are you saying? That Dr. Wilson was in possession of the ring in advance, after it was somehow stolen from Mr. Asogi. And he produced it during the procedure, pretending to have found it there and then, in the victim's stomach.
Objection.
Supposition at best. What possible evidence do you have to support such a rash claim?
This evidence, right here.
That's the autopsy report.
It's explicit in that report, counsel.
Other than the ring,
Nothing unusual is noted internally, so I'm not sure how you intend to prove your point. You've already done it for me, my lord. The lack of internal injury says it all.
what?
To swallow a ring of this size will require considerable effort and determination. And in addition to its size, there are the sharp claws around the gemstone to contend with. My brother was a determined man, and on the brink of death, even more so, I'm sure. He would have stopped at nothing to ensure that evil killer was brought to justice. But if he really had swallowed that enormous ring, it's inconceivable that no traces of its passage down his throat would have remained as internal trauma. No. And there you've arrived at the sticking point. That's precisely why I had my doubts about the findings myself 10 years ago.
Then why didn't you say something at the time?
I did. I still remember the conversation I had with Dr. Wilson in the laboratory that day.
Look at this!
Now, this is a very curious thing to find in a man's stomach. What did you say?
But isn't that rather peculiar, Dr. Wilson?
What's that now, Mikotoba? Well, if you swallowed a ring of that size with those sharp metal claws that it has, surely you expect to see damage to the throat and esophagus, torn mucous membranes at the very least. Dr. Mikotoba, may I remind you that I have vastly more experience than you. Um, I'm terribly sorry. I can think of plenty of ways to explain why no injuries will be seen. No, let's say this. The victim would appear to have ingested the item as evidence to identify his assailant. Go ahead, write it down. So I was right. Dr. Wilson deliberately fabricated the results of the autopsy to implicate my father. I'm disappointed, Counsel. That argument is nothing more than speculation. What? Dr. Wilson was Britain's leading authority on forensic science and autopsy work. There is no scientific basis on which to doubt the man's expert opinion. Pardon the interruption, my lord, but damage to the mucous membranes of the throat is easily identified even in living subjects. Using a device called an endoscope, recently demonstrated in practical use in France. I want one. The government can pay. I don't think so. And Dr. Gordy? Rest assured that your removal of evidence from the stores without permission will not go unpunished. We open up the dead to find the truth. Damn. I like that quote. I beg your pardon? But Mama, she chose to stitch her corpses up with all her secrets inside. That's wrong. Dr. Gori, it's looking as though she's chosen to walk a different path to her Mama. You love to see it. Yes. The ring. What about the ring? I've just remembered something. An earlier incident. What incident? The one I recounted to you before. About a memory I have. Of Genshin Asogi. Hold on, everybody. I'll continue in a moment. Just checking up on something. Okay. Of Genshin Asogi saving my life. What? My father saved your life? It was 10 years ago. On a foggy night. Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. intended target after all. Wait, but Genshin was arrested 2 days after that attack. In that short interval, the decisive evidence needed to indict him was miraculously found. You mean the ring was stolen from him? You think that's what those thugs were after that night?
Objection.
You pathetic coward. You expect me to believe that you were involved? What do you mean by that? It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who took it. You stole my father's ring. You set the whole thing up so you can paint him as a mass murderer. And have him arrest Kazuma. Open your eyes. Ryunosuke, you must know deep down the truth can be completely obscured, even when your judgment is only slightly clouded. But at the moment, you seem to be floundering through a dense fog. Is that why you were so insistent I should be present in this trial? To see you like this? Well, this is an amusing spectacle. What a grand raw expression on your face. As if you were Lady Justice herself. It seems you've thoroughly convinced yourself of this alleged fabrication of the autopsy results. So much so that you're apparently blind to the blatant contradiction that will be born out of it. What? No, it's extremely hard to believe. Let us imagine that there was some misconduct during the autopsy. If that were the case, why would Asogi not have disputed the findings in his trial? Oh, in the closed court hearing 10 years ago, the defendant never once denied the claims against him. Isn't that right, Lord Van Zieks? Yes, that is indeed correct. Upon hearing the verdict of guilty, he merely closed his eyes, quietly accepting the judgment. The actions of a man who has accepted responsibility for his deeds and is resigned to his fate. But then, oh my, that is very strange. If Mr. Asogi did nothing to oppose the charges against him, then that would surely mean there was no fabricated evidence. An obvious conclusion at which you would have arrived many minutes ago, Prosecutor Asogi. Your twisted loyalty and clouded judgment are hampering your ability for logical thought. Ugh. Genshin Asogi's silence at his hearing can mean only one thing. There was no fabrication of evidence during the autopsy of his final victim 10 years ago. Ah! But if that autopsy was all above board, there'd be nothing to stop Lord Strongheart bringing this trial to an immediate conclusion.
Objection.
Thank you, Ryunosuke. If it wasn't for your frank words just now, This trial may very well have ended prematurely. Kazuma, what's this latest absurdity, Counsel? My lord, your reasoning is perfectly sound, but for one giant hole. I beg your pardon? You claim my father's silence was due to the fact that there was no fabricated evidence. But there's another possible explanation. You've overlooked the possibility that he had a reason for maintaining that silence.
Objection!
Silence. Silence that would lead to him being convicted and sent to his death. If the autopsy results were an invention, there's no conceivable reason why the man wouldn't have protested.
Objection!
Oh, those results were an invention, all right. There's no question of that. Or are you forgetting that 2 people with a connection to that autopsy have been assassinated? If I force the grievances I feel from my mind, I start to see you in a very different light. I think perhaps it's you who's been living in delusion these 10 years. Me? Kazuma-sama has created one last chance for us here, Mr. Naruhodo. If we can only show there was a reason for his father's silence in his trial. A reason why the man would have said nothing, even though he was innocent. Could it have been part of some negotiation, perhaps? Enough rhetoric. The court must be shown evidence. What proof do you have that could possibly explain Asogi's silence in court? I know what it is. I just have to look for it. It's the, hang on. Hold up. There it is. The dismissal notice.
Take that!
It's true that Genshin Asogi's silence during his trial resulted in his conviction. But that didn't actually lead to his execution. On the contrary, it led to his escape. An escape that was only possible because he'd been sentenced to death. Although I find it hard to believe that my father would have negotiated in that way, the defense is correct. A fake execution, falsification of a death certificate, and a jailbreak inside a coffin. Clearly, such an elaborate plan couldn't have been carried out by my father alone. He must have had the help of a collaborator from the judiciary. I have here the dismissal notice of the chief warder who was working in the prison at the time. The notes read, there are indications that the jailbreak was in planning prior to the inmate's incarceration. In other words, there were suggestions of some sort of negotiation between Mr. Asogi and the British government. In exchange for his silence in court, he was given an assurance that he will be broken out of prison. Yes, with that sort of clandestine agreement in place, I could imagine he would have kept very quiet. I would go further than that, in fact. I would say that the elaborate jailbreak of Mr. Asogi can be explained in no other way.
Order! Order!
First fabricated evidence, and now jailbreak conspiracy. Of course, because it's all intimately linked.
The prosecution wishes to summon new witnesses to the stand. Witnesses? People who could testify about the jailbreak that took place 10 years ago.
Ah. Governor Caden and the poor chief warder of the prison?
I won't allow this trial to turn into a farce. To summon the governor of the prison after all these years.
Oh, it wouldn't be any trouble, my lord.
What?
Father,
My dear friend may appear a little rattle-headed at times, but I can assure you he's extremely thorough.
Rattle-pated.
Rattlebrain. He wired both Barclay and the local prison earlier, asking Governor Caden and Mr. Vigil to attend the Old Bailey as a matter of extreme urgency.
Oh, snap. Mr. Sholmes did that?
Are you telling me that? Both men are, unless I'm mistaken, waiting just outside the courtroom at this very moment.
Dang.
My lord, you must permit this trial to proceed, as you declared at its outset. You promised that we would stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Very well. Bring in the witnesses. Make no mistake, I too would like nothing more than to lay this business to rest, once and for all.
Yeah, I bet you do, don't you? Lord Chief Justice.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Would the new witnesses state their names and occupations for the court, please? I, Baron Caden, Governor of Barclay Prison.
Everyone calls me Gossip. I sell jaunty little tidbits to passerbys, but by you, um, your other persona, if you don't mind. Oh, I do beg your pardon. Of course. My name is Daily Vigil. I used to be the chief warder at Barclay Prison.
The reason you've been summoned here to court today is to testify about the jailbreak of the so-called professor 10 years ago.
Losh! The professor? We've already been through all this before.
A decade ago,
Losh. Old-fashioned exclamation used to express surprise, wonder, or mild dismay.
and the conclusion was that there was anything untoward happened.
A convict escaped from your prison, Governor. Hardly what you'd call nothing untoward.
Ah, well,
The convict's death certificate was somehow falsified after he was allegedly executed. And he escaped the prison inside his own coffin. A plan of that complexity could never have been carried out without the help of somebody of influence inside the prison. Governor Caden, don't imagine that the passage of time will afford you any protection. If it turns out that you were involved in the plot to break Mr. Asogi out of your prison, then of course, the consequences will be very serious. In all likelihood, a capital punishment. Oof. Gods! Hold on there, laddie. All I did was witness Governor Caden. Aye, aye, sir. You have a critical role to play in the public safety of our country. A great responsibility to shoulder. The significance of your testimony in courts cannot be understated. Therefore, think carefully before you speak. And Prosecutor Asogi, if you threaten a witness again, you will be held in contempt of court. My apologies, my lord. There's no disputing the fact that an intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago. Clearly, you were both involved in some way. So you will testify before the courts now and explain exactly what took place. Very well. Let the witnesses give their formal testimony. Tell the courts everything you know of the plot to break Asogi out of Barclay 10 years ago. Oh boy, this is getting juicy. Witness testimony. The jailbreak plot. It was the day that Japanese jock was found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutor's office. I assigned the convict to the chief warder vigil here and put the plan into action behind the scenes. I was responsible for Asogi right up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot. I didn't ken if there was some negotiation between the convict and the prosecutor's office. All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's great British Empire. That salute. A directive from the prosecutor's office? Are you saying that was the jailbreak plot? Aye, that's right. Who sent it? Who authorized that plan? I didn't ken that. You're saying you don't know? Listen, there was nae thing about that professor case that was nae unusual in some way. Aniken, I don't know. I didn't ask any questions. I just did what I was told to do. More than that, I couldn't tell you. I see. But if the jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutor's office, then one thing is very clear. As suspected, there were clandestine dealings going on between Mr. Asogi and that office. The jailbreak was promised in exchange for Mr. Asogi admitting to crimes he didn't commit. That, counsel, is nothing more than speculation on your part. So let me ask the defense. Oh, yes, my lord. I fail to see how these witnesses have any more pertinent information here. Do you intend to assert your right to a cross-examination? Absolutely. I have no intention of squandering a single opportunity, my lord. It seems all your Japanese are fiercely tenacious. Very well. Proceed, counsel. We will. I shall. The jailbreak plot. So Asogi-san agreed to confess to the crimes because he was assured that he'd be broken out of prison later. I really don't think that Kazuma-sama's father would have engaged in such negotiations. Then perhaps something compelled him to agree. What a terrible thing, using the law to legitimize such underhand dealings with a desperate man, only to double-cross him in the end. It's quite the opposite of justice. I agree. I can't help feeling there's something about this apparent negotiation that doesn't quite add up. Something doesn't quite add up, Mr. Naruhodo? No, it doesn't. But I can't quite put my finger on what yet. Well, in that case, we must keep digging until we identify the problem. And we shall. Now, before I cross-examine, well, I'm still going to cross-examine, I want to pursue for flavor text.
Hold it! Excuse me.
Mr. Vigil, is something wrong? Uh-oh. Oh no. You haven't lost your memory again, have you? No, not at all. I was merely in a brown study. You can think about how you want to decorate your house later. For now, please focus on the testimony. So sorry.
Hold it! Excuse me.
Something on your mind, Governor Caden? Eh? It looked as though you were lost in thought there for a moment. Oh, I cannot relax when I'm no at the prison. Do you, Kin? I'm all lit up worrying about inmates escaping. I thought that Barclay was the most secure prison in all Britain. Aye, that's right, it is. I'm sure I didn't want to worry. Well, in that case, do you think perhaps you could concentrate on the testimony? Yeah, like who's watching the prison right now? Anyway, it was the day that Japanese jock was found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutor's office.
Hold it!
I'm sure there's other bobbies and cops over there watching it. And you say you don't know who actually issued the directive. Oi, that's right. All I can be sure of is that it was official. But if it was from the prosecutor's office, that there was down who could have issued it straight away. And it wasn't me. I cannot even say with certainty that it did originate from the prosecutor's office. What? There's no telling where it started. There's a fair chance it came from higher up the ladder. Basically, I cannot give you any indication of who was behind it. You can't be serious. All we can say for sure is that the order must have come from somebody in authority, I suppose. The likes of us on the ground, as it were, didn't bother with idle speculation. We just get the job done. I assigned the convict to the chief warder Vigil here, and put the plan into action behind the scenes.
Hold it!
So, Mr. Vigil, you didn't know anything about it at all? That's right. My only role in the scheme was as a scapegoat. That's right, isn't it, Governor? Some poor beggar had to take the rap for it. Alright then, who else didn't know about the plan? I'm no the first idea, Lottie. My part in the whole business was basically just dealing with the aftermath. But I wouldn't be surprised if there were other folk in the prison service who'd been given similar orders. So you don't know who else was involved? Aye, that's right. All I can tell you is that the night it actually happened, the person at the reins was Dr. Stevens. Dr. Courtney Stevens, or Dr. Scythe as she's known now. Ah, why did I have to get caught up in such a terrible business? I mean... Hang on, everybody. I got Whoosh with me. I pet him. And now, I'm continuing. I was responsible for Asogi right up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot.
Hold it!
Did you not notice anything unusual happening in the lead up to that night? Oh, everything was unusual, exception after exception. After all, it was a professor. The man had terrorized the country as never before with his crimes. In order to hide his identity, he was forced to wear an iron mask over his head. Hideous treatment. The fellow was surprisingly docile for someone who'd taken the lives of 5 of the country's nobles. Being the chief warder, I was the only person permitted to approach his cell. I can still hardly believe that I was duped by my own country. I believe you jumped from the window of the governor's office when the jailbreak was blamed on you, didn't you? Norse Vigil. I cannot apologize enough. No, Governor. I don't believe you can. It won't change what's happened.
And what else can you tell us about the situation, Governor Caden?
I didn't ken if there was some negotiation between the convict and the prosecutor's office.
Hold it!
But you've already acknowledged that orders came from the prosecutor's office to arrange for the man's escape. There must have been some sort of negotiation. It's the only explanation. Oi, well, be that as it may, I didn't ken nothing about that. The witness stand is no place for telling what you don't know for sure. I get that much, I do.
But I presume you also know this. Not telling what you do know is a criminal offense. So you were just following orders, is that it? I'm afraid that won't absolve you of guilt here.
A man was still killed illegally, even if he was a condemned criminal. You may very well be found complicit in murder, Governor.
So that's what it's to be, is it? Even with the threat of conviction, you won't break your silence.
All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's great British Empire.
Hold it!
Did you carry out the plan in its entirety? Did you carry out its plan in its entirety? I did everything I could at the time. As you know, Genshin Asogi was shot dead in Low Gate Cemetery after the escape. Tell me, was that part of the plan too? My instructions were to do we get the joke out of the jail and nothing more. I cannot tell you anything about what happened after that. Only, personally,
What does this all mean?
I believe his death was the last part of the plan. What does this all mean? Vigil, daily vigil? Hold on. What? Oi, it would have rum do, no doubt about it. But you have to mind, there were special circumstances. It was to protect the British justice system. That's just how the execution had to happen, I think. You're saying that Mr. Asogi's murder in Lowgate Cemetery was his capital punishment? You realize Mr. Vigil tried to take his own life as a result. Oi, well, that's another story. Who was it? Who shot my father in the cemetery that night? I have no answer to that question. However it happened, the convict's life was destined to end that night. The moment the execution order was signed, his fate was sealed. This court will not pursue the identity of the individual who carried out the order. Oh, hell nah, Lord Chief Justice. We are going to pursue that. I just wanted to get all that flavor text and info. Okay, Daily Vigil, excuse me.
Excuse me.
Mr. Vigil, is something wrong? Oh, ah, yes, sir. What can I do for you, sir? He's saluting now? Yep. What is it? Some sort of Barclay convention? Yep. What Governor Keaton was just saying seemed to upset you. Did it bring something to mind, perhaps? For the last 10 years, I've completely blotted out the memories of that time from my mind. I was betrayed by my superiors in the name of my country. Just as my father was betrayed, it seems. But you see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine that the shooting of Mr. Asogi in the cemetery, Boosh, he right-clicked that. I really can't imagine that the shooting of Mr. Asogi in the cemetery was ever part of the plan. What makes you think that? Well, it just doesn't make sense, does it? To make the man admit to crimes he didn't commit with the promise of a jailbreak, only to kill him in the end. That's treachery of the worst kind. But the point is, if the intention was always to betray him, why would there be any need for all the chicaneries of an escape? Chicaneri. Okay. Chicaneries. Escape. Ah. Yes, that's quite true. If whoever negotiated with Asogi never intended to keep his or her end of the bargain, it would have been far simpler just to let the man be executed in prison as dictated by his sentence. It all happened in that vast chamber of secrets, that is Barclay, behind the high prison walls. I suppose nobody knows what really went on in the execution room now. Yes, it's an unsettling mystery, certainly. Truth be told, there is a wee matter that's never quite made sense to me. If you believe there was some kind of negotiation behind the jailbreak between Asogi and a body at the top, it doesn't it doesn't quite add up, does it? Governor Caden, I must insist that you explain these doubts that you have by amending your formal testimony. Gods, I go on then. Huh. It seems to me that the Japanese fella did not have nothing to bargain with.
Hold it!
Oh, really? Admitting to the crimes, that was what he had to bargain with, surely. I cannot see that myself. After all, did the prosecution know have conclusive evidence against the Carly, eh? This, you mean, discovered during the final victim's autopsy. In Scottish, Carly is a diminutive and usually colloquial term for a man or fellow. Okay, this, you mean, discovered during the final victim's autopsy. There is every possibility this conclusive evidence was fabricated by Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office.
Objection!
Possibilities are all very well, but nothing has been proven. You can holler about misconduct in the trial 10 years ago all you like. But if you can't establish that it happened with hard evidence, no one's going to listen. That's right. So what I'm saying is, the convict had nothing he could use for any kind of bargaining at all. The witness makes an astute point. Logically, it would seem no negotiation would have taken place. And yet the plan to break the man out of prison was definitely put into practice. So he must have been armed with something that gave him an angle to negotiate. Yes. We fished it out, everybody. Cross-examining is a lot like fishing. If you use the right bait, you'll eventually get your catch. In this case, evidence slash contradiction. I'm sure somebody out there made that analogy. Okay. Yep, we got him. We got him right here. We got the Asogi papers. Hang on, I gotta look for them. There they are. Yeah. Yep, right here.
Objection!
Confessing under oath to murders he didn't commit on a verbal assurance of later being broken out of prison. Genshin Asogi was taking an incredibly risky gamble. Very true. There was nothing to stop the British breaking their word and executing him behind closed doors anyway. Under normal circumstances, no man would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that. Which means that Mr. Asogi must have had a trump card. something that guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon. Havas! The fella couldn't possibly have anything like that. Rather, to talk foolishly, ramble, or talk absolute nonsense. But you know that he did, Governor. The Asogi Papers, the name given to the last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. Ah, it turns out that Mr. Asogi was hiding his will in his cell at Barclay. Chief Warder Vigil caught him with it one day. You squealed, did you? You wee rat! Did I not tell you to keep that a secret? Uh-oh. Oh no. And if I want to, I can make this man shake this other man forever. You, you can't touch me now. Ah! When Mr. Vigil caught sight of that will through the bars of the convict cell, Mr. Asogi pleaded with the warder. All right then, but what's on that paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. A weapon? And after the convict had been killed, following the elaborate pretense of the jailbreak, that document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it? Well, yes. All the prison warders searched through the belongings in his cell, but that will was just nowhere to be found. As I understand it, an exhaustive search was made for the document, which became known as the Asogi Papers. Governor Caden, I believe you ordered your prison staff to find it at all costs, didn't you? Eh? Would I be right in saying that you knew? You knew that the so-called Asogi Papers had the potential to make great waves somehow. James, what the blazes are you blathering about? The will was found, right and proper. Oh my goodness. In the federal cell where I said it would be. But how could that be? Where in his cell? We all searched the place from top to bottom. Well, you didn't do a proper job, eh? You peely wet valley galoot. You can't criticize me now. I showed it to you afore, did I? No, your lawyer. Yes, you did. I have the document here. It's written in Japanese and reads, The Last Will and Testament of Genshin Asogi. Which means everything is as it should be. Not quite, my lord. You see, there's an undeniable inconsistency here. What? What inconsistency? Mr. Asogi described this document as the only weapon he had left, and yet this will contains nothing of significance at all, nothing that would have given the convict any leverage. Are you suggesting, my learned friend, that the last will and testament stored at Barclay Prison all these years is actually a fake? As has clearly been demonstrated already, what went on at Barclay Prison was far from above board. That last vilification by the defense was an affront
to the entire British legal system. This absurd notion of a weapon is something for which we have only the former chief warder's word. The man could quite easily be lying, or at the very least, sorely mistaken. What? No. I definitely heard him say that, I swear. Clearly, we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to know exactly what happened with these so-called Asogi papers. A waste of time. If the will was fake, where is the real document?
Objection.
Mr. Vigil was stabbed in the back by the judiciary 10 years ago. He lost everything, very nearly his own life. And now you're going to do it, again. You're ready to brand him a liar and turn your back on him without even letting him defend himself. It's clear that Barclay Prison's hiding something. It's clear that the jailbreak was masterminded by somebody in the prosecutor's office. It's clear that some illicit negotiations took place. Is your lordship just going to gloss over? Is your lordship just going to gloss over these obvious and reprehensible facts? What did you say? We should hear more from the chief warder. Have him testify again. The trial must go on. The man's voice must be heard. It would seem that the vocal few here are utterly blind to the truth. Very well then, let the witness testify again. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw of the convict's last will and testament. Yes, sir, my lord. Oh boy. More testimony. The Asogi papers. As the warder responsible for condemned convicts, I attended to Mr. Asogi and kept watch over his cell. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell. We turned the cell inside out looking for it after the execution, but to no avail. I only found out about the Asogi papers when a detective came telling me to impound them. The document was in the folds of the fella's robe that was left in his cell. A kimono, I think it's called. Kimono. In his kimono? That's a lie. We searched every inch of the man's cell. We looked through all his clothes. It can't be true. Were you no satisfied me calling me a liar the once? Eh? Yo wee finger? Finger? Finger. What does that mean? Thank you. Okay. Let's see. Oh boy. Huh? There's nothing you can do about it now. You don't have any hold over me anymore. Other than the hold you like to take on my cravat, of course. Is that what you're going to do? Is it? Are you going to give me a good shake again? Or are you too scared? Oh my god, he's actually doing it. Stop! Little and large, what a double act. We compiled with Asogi's will as far as was possible. All of his personal effects were delivered to his family home in Japan. As a courtesy to the homeland of the most notorious killer our country has ever seen. And we were such obliged.
and we were much obliged. I can confirm that all my father's belongings arrived safely. Aye, and you cannot deny the handwriting is that of your old man, eh? Yes, there's no mistaking that it's my father's brushwork. Really? And this last will and testament was the man's last weapon, was it? I think we can safely assume that the convict was merely prattling, knowing that this end was nigh. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord. Okay, here we go. The Asogi Papers. That testimony doesn't give much away. So this will really was penned by Kazuma-sama's father. I wonder what he could possibly have meant when he described it as a weapon. It's starting to sound very much like Mr. Asogi actually has had nothing. But the plan to break him out of jail went ahead, which means he must have had some bargaining power. He must have been hiding something. It's the only explanation that makes sense. It's starting to sound like Mr. Asogi actually might have had something. Which is it, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm not sure, but I feel as though I'm on the brink of understanding all this. Let's listen to all the information again, and see what more we can learn. We can't overlook even the smallest detail. Absolutely. Alright. As the warder responsible for condemned convicts, I attended to Mr. Asogi and kept watch over his cell.
Hold it!
So, would that mean that you conversed with Mr. Asogi? Yes, certainly. Though there was a precious little time before his execution was due. He was remarkably calm, considering his days were very much numbered. In all honesty, he really didn't strike one as a man capable of mass murder. Yet he confessed in full to the crimes. I know, that's why I felt compelled to ask him one day. I can still recall his reply. I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life. Yes. But he was so tranquil and intelligent. It puts me in mind of an Eastern holy man. And what about the will you saw him with? What can you tell us about that? It was the beginning of all this drama. I remember it very well, yes. The night of after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell.
Hold it!
And he pleaded with you not to report him, didn't he? Yes, that's right. And like the Rampart Yade, ye did not tell me. A blatant breach of trust that was. I could see that the man had a noble spirit. I found myself wanting to treat him accordingly. Oh. Rampart, an idiot, a fool, erratic, disruptive person. But according to what you told us 2 days ago, the convict had been strictly forbidden from having any writing materials whatsoever. Yes, you're quite right. Ah, so when exactly was the will penned? That was before the man was remanded. In Barclay, obviously. Yes, at the prosecutor's office under supervision of the relevant authorities. I personally instructed Asogi to make a will for the benefit of his family and his homeland. In that case, why was it found in his cell?
What do you mean by that?
Well, if it was penned at the prosecutor's office, you would have expected that it would remain there for safekeeping, surely.
Ah,
It's curious. There doesn't seem to be any obvious explanation for why it was subsequently found in the convict cell.
oh, well,
The defense makes an astute point.
well, Governor.
A prison governor cannot be expected to ken the inner workings of the prosecutor's office.
In that case, Lord Strongheart, perhaps you can shed some light on the matter.
I'm unable to offer an explanation here and now. I would have to consult with the notary responsible for the will at the time.
The fact that my father's will was discovered in his cell is clearly inconsistent with what was expected. I want to know why.
Another inexplicable mystery then. Well, the thing is about that will. We turned the cell inside out looking for it after the execution, but to no avail.
Hold it!
It was the governor who ordered the search for the will. As I understand it, is that right? Yes. And when I reported back that we couldn't find it, he grabbed me by the cravat and yelled, "It cannot have disappeared completely," in my face. I will be doomed to the governor to keep everybody working as hard as they should. I think the governor needs a wee taste of his own medicine, Mr. Naruhodo. The point is, it was clearly considered a very important document, wasn't it?
But it proved impossible to find.
That's right. Then before I knew it, it was in the morning paper, that blood-curdling article. The executed mass murderer who'd risen from the dead. Oh, you mean? The article based on Mr. Dreba's experience in Lowgate Cemetery. Yes, that was it. The day after I read that news, I was summoned to the governor's office. And that's when the awful accusation was made. That you'd aided Genshin Asogi to escape from the prison, resulting in your immediate dismissal. I'm afraid I really don't remember anything after that.
As the governor of the prison, I had no choice. I couldn't have done anything else. I only found out about the Asogi papers when a detective came telling me to impound them.
Hold it!
And that directive came from the same source as the one instructing you about the jailbreak?
Aye,
From the top levels of the prosecutor's office?
what name was on it?
I didn't ken before, and I didn't ken now. All I can tell you is that my orders were to do everything in my power to find that document. The directive said it had to be somewhere inside the Veller cell. Document. Was that the wording? Document, not will. Oi, that's what it said. That's what it said. Am I clutching at straws here? I just wonder if it was really Genshin Asogi's last will and testament that the sender of that directive was after. Continue for your testimony then, witness. The document was in the folds of the pharaoh's robe that was left in his cell. A kimono, I think it's called.
Hold it!
In Mr. Asogi's kimono. Aye, the one he brought with him when he was locked up. Yes, he was permitted to have his personal effects with him during his incarceration, I understand. That's right. He was granted as much freedom as possible during the few days before his execution. Indeed, he had a number of items of personal significance, I remember. He was very reluctant to part with them. Some books, that kimono, his sword. His sword? Karuma, the famous sword of the Asogi clan. It bears the soul of my family. I don't doubt it, but I wasn't really getting at that. I forget it being the soul of the clan. Could the man have had a more obvious weapon?
Have some respect, Ryunosuke.
Respectful silence. The warders carry firearms at all times, and the inmates have shackles around their ankles. He couldn't have hurt anybody with that thing. Still, he was allowed a sword, but no writing materials. Aye, he wrote that will afore he came to stay with us at Barclay, you see. Dr. Mikotoba was asked to bring the necessary Japanese writing implements to the prosecutor's office. A Suzuli inkstone, black semi ink, and some Hanshi rice paper, no doubt. I was present when he wrote it. But I'm sorry to say,
Is that
the letters just looked like a squirming mass of jet black earthworms to me. My father had a passion for calligraphy. He found the profound black color of sumi ink to be very soothing. I'm sure that cursive Japanese script must look utterly incomprehensible to English eyes. Anyhow, that's the document that we found in the pharaoh's kimono. Despite the seriousness of his crimes, he was treated in a gentlemanly fashion until the end. When he was callously betrayed and shot dead in a dark cemetery in the middle of the night, yes, the gentlemanliness of it is overwhelming. Alright, and now we're going to pursue, once again, Daily Vigil. You gotta pursue the poor guy again.
Excuse me.
Excuse me. Are you feeling faint, Mr. Vigil? Mr. Vigil. Sir, it was Scarlet, sir. What? Scarlet? Like red? What? Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to blurt it out like that. Less swaying and more explaining would be helpful. Is it something about the testimony we just heard? Have you called something of importance? Something of importance? Possibly, or possibly not. I'm unable to tell which way he's leaning, I'm afraid. My lord, the defense asks that Mr. Vigil be permitted to supplement his testimony with this possibly or possibly not important detail. Permission granted. Go ahead, Mr. Vigil. Yes, it was Scarlet. Scarlet, you say? As I remembered it, the document was written in scarlet ink, but perhaps I'm mistaken.
Hold it!
Scarlet, you say? Well, yes, I mean, I only caught sight of it for a brief moment, of course, but even by the dim light in the cell, I remember thinking that it was an unusual color. At the very least, I'm quite sure it wasn't black. Uh-oh. Witness, is that really what you saw? Ah, what, sir? Hang on, everybody. Okay. Ah, what, sir? Ah, is something wrong, Lord Strongheart? I apologize. Continue. What do you make of that, Mr. Naruhodo? For Lord Strongheart to be so visibly shaken in that way. Ooh, didn't have. You can plainly see the written here. Didn't have. You can plainly see the writing here, and it's as black as the Earl or Hell's waistcoat. Well, yes, you're right. Mr. Vigil, I'd like to confirm one point with you. Did you actually see the content of the document that Mr. Asogi was holding that night? Oh, well, no. I mean, there was no time. As soon as he noticed me there, he hid it behind his back. But it was definitely a will, was it? Yes, it was. That's what Mr. Asogi told me. The court need waste no further time in this matter. We have the will in question in our possession. There is nothing more to add. A will written in scarlet to ink. What did Mr. Vigil really see Kazuma's father holding, I wonder? If you have an inkling, Mr. Naruhodo, you must present it to the court at once. Okay. Now then. Hmm. Oh. Hold it. Hmm. Oh. Alright. It's time to look through my evidence, everybody. This has got to be it right here. Hmm. Let me look, let me examine right here. Oh, well. The additional notes. Recent scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring fingers of the right hand, but no document and corresponding ink was found. Oh boy. Yep, this is it.
Objection!
Scarlet colored writing is what you said you thought you saw, Mr. Vigil. And I believe that's exactly what you did see. What? How is again? You're no, ev- you've no evidence to say that. Have a look at this report. That's my brother's autopsy report. Yes, and there's something in here that's bothered me since I first read it. It states that scarlet colored ink stains were noted on the fingers of the victim's right hand. Yes, so it does. The scarlet ink. Now, I'm not familiar with the habits of the British aristocracy, I freely admit, but I would hazard a guess that they don't all go around with ink stains on their fingertips, do they? Your wit is not appreciated. My brother was a well-bred and fastidious man. Should ink have sullied his fingertips, he would have cleaned them immediately. What is your point, counsel? My point is this. Whatever Lord Clint von Zeeks was writing in that unusually colored ink, it must have been directly before his death, because he died before he had the opportunity to clean his hand. What? I remember something troubled me at the time. At the scene, the lid of my brother's inkwell was open, but Clint was punctilious about such things. It seemed unusual, and no document penned in the color of the ink that was in the inkwell was ever found. So the document had disappeared. Are you suggesting that the document my father had in his hand that night in his cell was the same document that Lord Clint von Zeeks was writing moments before his death? Hello there, Saki. Hope you're doing well. The same document that Lord Clint von Zeeks was writing moments before his death. Then it was. If Mr. Vigil's testimony is to be believed, it can only mean that, yes, Mr. Vigil, sir, when you spotted Mr. Asogi with the document in his cell, his precise words were as follows, were they not? All right then. Well, what's on that paper? Oh, I have my reasons today, Saki. Due to circumstances, I had to do something today. And well, you know, that delayed me from streaming in the daytime. But all is well. And I was able to do an evening stream. All right then. But what's on that paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. Yeah. Yeah, Saki. Believe me, it was out of my hands, but all is well. It's just there's stuff that there's always something we gotta do that we don't want to do. We have to unfortunately do it, but it is done. Nothing will stand in my way from here on out. Hopefully, there shouldn't be. This will is the only weapon I have left now. A last will and testament. Ah, if the conversation really did go as Mr. Vigil says, then what we now know completely changes the meaning of what Mr. Asogi said. You, you really think Mr. Vigil did indeed see the convict with a will, but it wasn't that of Genshin Asogi. It was the last will and testament of Lord Clint von Zeeks. No. What?
Objection!
Oh boy. This is madness. My brother's last will and testament? That would mean that he had chosen to die. That is what it would mean, yes. No. Impossible. That is utterly out of the question. Lord Van Zeeks. Clint was pursuing the professor. It consumed him day and night. Whatever happened, he would never have abandoned his investigation before its conclusion. Never. He wouldn't rest until the job was done, until the killer was caught. The idea that he would willingly accept his own death, it's obscene.
Objection!
And yet, we can be sure that he was writing his will moments before his death. And that Genshin Asogi came to be in possession of that document. So, what could this will possibly have contained? Clearly something that couldn't be made public under any circumstances whatsoever. Because armed with that document, my father was able to negotiate with the judiciary for his life. It was something so damning that it prompted the powers that be to enact that daring jailbreak plot. Yes, there can be no question that the will contained information of the utmost secrecy. Information of the utmost secrecy. Oh, no, it couldn't be. I've heard more than enough. Pursuing this notion of a phantom when nobody can attest to having seen serves absolutely no purpose.
Objection!
No, my lord, that's unacceptable. What did you say, counselor? The last will and testament that Genshin Asogi had in his possession was that of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. All the testimony and evidence presented to the court has logically led us to that as a possibility. We have a duty to pursue the line of reasoning to its conclusion, but with no possible means of knowing the contents of the document, there is no line of reasoning to pursue. A reason why Lord Clint Van Zeeks, a man of high noble standing, would have chosen death. Information so secret, people in the judiciary would be willing to negotiate the jailbreak of a condemned killer. The only explanation that fits those facts is an unthinkable truth that turns absolutely everything on its head. But it's just too hideous. Mr. Naruhodo, however difficult the situation might become, you work with your client in pursuit of the truth. That's what you resolved to do when you entered the courtroom this morning, if I'm not mistaken. Mr. Sato. So, hold your head high and keep soldiering on. Yes, you're right. 10 years ago, in his final moments, Lord Clint Von Zeeks left behind a will. A will that Genshin Asogi was able to use as a weapon to negotiate his escape from prison. In all probability, the details in the will were related to the Professor case. The defense's last statement is mere conjecture. What are you getting at, man? Ryunosuke? As soon as these words come out of my mouth, there's no going back. I believe that the last will and testament of Lord Clint Von Zeeks was in fact obviously it wasn't a report. I mean, what will he be reporting on? And it most certainly is not an accusation. It was a confession. You can do this, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe that what Lord Clint Van Zeeks actually penned that day was a confession. Uh, a confession? Regarding the mass murderer known as the Professor and his true identity.
Objection!
Enough, counsel. What are you saying? Do you even realize a confession about the true identity of the professor? That would mean
Lord Van Zeeks, I appreciate this must be hard to take in, but it's the only explanation that fits. The killer that terrorized London a decade ago and became known as the Professor. The man believed to have murdered 5 members of the aristocracy. Wasn't Genshin Asogi at all. No, it wasn't.
no. You can't be suggesting.
It was in fact the man believed to have been the 5th victim. Lord Clint Von Zeeks himself.
It's finally open, is it? Pandora's box.
The great Von Zeeks family, they've been thoroughbreds of the British judiciary for years. And Lord Clint Von Zeeks, he was a paragon of justice in the capital. Well, he was actually a mass murderer as a perpetrator. Oh, oh my god. a perpetrator of atrocities of the vilest nature. If the general public ever found out, law and order in this country would be finished. My my brother. Oh, this is too awful. Poor Lord Von Zieks. I wonder though, did he never suspect? Mr. Naruhodo, Lord Barak Van Zieks, is a brilliant prosecutor. Is it conceivable that he didn't realize what his older brother really was? Order, order, order in court. Lord Von Zieks. The professor made use of an enormous hound as his murder weapon. Tell me, did your brother own a dog? Yes, he did. Balmong. He was a well-known hunting dog. People called him a giant. Hey, Balmong. I remember wielding a sword called Balmong in one of the Castlevania games, but I know it means something. Like, I know it's a sword. The legendary magical sword wielded by the hero Siegfried, or Sigurd, in Germanic mythology to slay the dragon Fefna. Balmung. He was a well-known hunting dog. People called him a giant. I don't believe this. When my brother would go hunting the forest of the grounds behind the house, he always took Balmung. After Clint's death, the creature passed away too, almost as if he were following his master. Aww. He was a magnificent hunting dog, worthy of the jewel-studded collar around his neck. A jewel-studded collar? That's right, though sadly, some years ago now, it was stolen by a thief who broke into the house one night. A jewel-studded collar? Stolen by a thief? It so happens that myself and my colleagues have come across such a collar during our time in London. How could you? There was an old emblem attached to the collar too, made of pure gold. There it is. It was topped with a small crown and bore an ornate capital letter B. Oh, the B stood for Balmung. What? An emblem wearing the initial B? I thought that was gonna be for Baroque. Oh my, you know it? It's the insignia of the Baskerville family. Oh, okay. Oh, Snapple. What? The Baskerville? Why is that name coming up now? Baskerville is the family name of my late brother's widow. Aww. That pure gold emblem was an heirloom which Clint acquired upon their marriage. There could be no doubt that, then, the collar you've described was Balmung's. The family insignia of Lord Clint Von Zieks' widow. Yes, the bloody colors pun on Bakersville. There was a considerable amount of blood on the collar when we saw it. Since we know the dog was used for hunting, it could have been from its quality, of course. Yeah, the hound of Baskerville. Since we know the dog was used for hunting, It could have been from its quality, of course. Yeah, I remember. I remember the reference to from the last game. But it could equally have been from human prey. So it is true then. Clint Von Zieks really was the professor. Impossible. These Japanese are making it up to. These impo- These Japanese are making it all up to exonerate their own. So in fact, the person responsible for these murders of nobles and royals was a noble himself, and that threatened to be an enormous scandal that would irrevocably de-establish British society. My father knew that and was using it to negotiate his way out of the unjust charges brought against him. But at the very last hour, those he'd bargained with betrayed him, slaying him mercilessly on foreign soil. Well, can you deny it, Lord Strongheart? 10 years have passed, and still now, the 6 million inhabitants of our great capital rest easy, believing that justice was done. That though his anonymity remains, the diabolical murderer was caught and executed. Very well then, you may have the truth. Tell me then. Tell me what Clint really was. Lord Clint Van Zieks was too pure of heart. When he became a prosecutor and went in pursuit of the black roots of crime, he drove himself into a corner. He came to the uncomfortable realization that to fight the most fiendish of criminals requires one to become even more fiendish oneself. Clint, the 19th century was a truly miraculous 100 years for Great Britain, and indeed the whole world. New industry, new technology, and with the birth of the Metropolitan Police Service, new law and order. But these dazzling new developments meant even deeper shadows were cast in society. Water sullied by factories, air thick with noxious fumes and crime, growing daily to fill the darkness. Lord Clint Von Zieks made it his mission to combat that darkness. But as time went on, it slowly ate at his soul, until eventually he was consumed. It's ironic, really, and somewhat surprising, that the truth has once again been unearthed by a Japanese. Once again? What do you mean? 10 years ago, your father, Genshin Asogi, turned up at my office one night. The professor? Yes, beyond all shadow of doubt. You must issue a warrant to search his home at once. Don't be absurd. The man comes from one of our country's most illustrious families. He's a paragon of justice here in the capital. Yes, that's the point. That's why none of you British can see it. He's using his noble status as a diversion, whereas he commits these atrocious crimes behind the scenes.
Do you have evidence?
Nothing definitive, nothing definitive as of yet. But he keeps an enormous savage hound on the estate. We keep the full support of the judiciary for this. We're up against a member of the aristocracy. So a large family estate has a fierce guard dog. You should know that's commonplace here in Britain. I'm sorry, but I can't possibly put Scotland Yard onto this based on the tenuous accusation of a visiting student. So I turned down Asogi's plea, and as a result, he took it upon himself to visit the Van Zeek's mansion on his own. We can only imagine now what happened between the two men. Though we know the outcome, of course, Lord Clint Van Zeeks perished. I don't believe this. So in actual fact, Kazuma-sama's father did. He made the late Lord Von Zeeks meet the same fate. He put a permanent end to the professor killings by taking the drastic measure of ending the perpetrator's life. As soon as I heard, I hurried to the mansion. When I arrived, it was easy to grasp what had happened.
And what about the will?
Asogi must have already taken it. Nothing of that nature was found at the scene. We had no idea of the existence of such a document at that time. I was the only person who knew of the true identity of the professor. So, I resolved to keep it a secret and to guard the secret to the bitter end. So you're admitting to it? That you were behind it all?
It was you then who pinned the crimes of my father.
I did what needed to be done in order to protect the law and order of the British Empire. Even if that meant employing an unforgivable ruse. Then it was you who arranged this fabricated evidence. I ordered that detective to take care of it. We're just keeping the truth from him, naturally.
Gregson?
Obviously, he opposed me at first.
Are you off your rocker? We can't do something like that. There's no question that it was Asogi who murdered Lord Van Zeeks. The house staff have made statements that they saw the man running from the mansion that night. Yes, well, I no doubt it was that Japanese fella. But we haven't got a shred of conclusive evidence against the man. And worse than that, he doesn't keep a dog, so we're short of a murder weapon to boot. And we're short on time, Gregson.
Time, Lord Chief Justice.
We must put a stop to this man's rampage, for the good of the century. So I'll use whatever means necessary. Do I make myself clear, detective?
Blimey.
So that night 10 years ago, when I was attacked by those dogs in the back streets, and Genshin's ring was taken, that was him, was it? That was Gregson and some hired help? Then the detective handed the stolen ring to Dr. Wilson, who feigned its discovery from the victim's stomach during that autopsy.
And in the light of that decisive evidence, Mr. Asogi was found guilty of the charges brought against him. However, behind the scenes, he had actually already struck a deal with his accusers, in which he agreed to silently accept the charges. But I just don't believe that part. As far as I knew the man, my father despised such underhanded dealings. Such, such underhand dealings. It was extremely easy to make him comply. You see, he had one crippling weakness. What weakness? Isn't it obvious? You, Kazuma Asogi. Me? Perhaps you have no desire to return to your homeland, Asogi. What? Though I hear you have a 14-year-old son. Agree to cooperate and accept your guilt without contention. And you will see Japan and your son again. You scoundrel! Whether you chose wisely or not, it will be a closed trial by order of Her Majesty. So whatever rash claims you might make in court, will have no trouble in stifling them. There's only one outcome for you, Asogi. The gallows. Don't forget that I still have a weapon at my disposal. A document revealing a truth that I know you're desperate to keep hidden. Yes, it hadn't escaped my mind, which is the only reason I'm willing to bargain with you. I only want to protect this country's law and order. You understand? So, what's it to be, Asogi? Ha, Azuma. He did it for me. And as I told him at the time, my motive was simply to protect Britain from the damage the truth would do. To protect this country's law and order at any cost. Correct.
Objection!
I've never dared let myself even consider this possibility until now. But in the light of all this treachery, I have to ask. The mastermind behind the Reaper of the Bailey. Was it you, Lord Mayor Strongheart? A rather brilliant idea, wouldn't you say, Lord Baroque von Ziegs? That the spirit of your late brother, that paragon of justice, should return to reap justice for his sibling. Could there be a more appetizing tale for London's masses, I ask you? What brazen? I knew that you'd play the part to perfection. But your role really wasn't that of some embodiment of death. No, you were London's guardian angel. An angel with bloody hands? I think not. Those who had cooperated with me already were only too happy to participate in my plan. Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson. My minions worked tirelessly to ensure that the finger of guilt could never come to rest on you. It's all thanks to them that you were exalted as the demigod the Reaper became. But Dr. Wilson left Britain 4 years ago when he was invited to work in Japan. That's right. So I had to employ the services of his young protege after that. Dr. Courtney Syfe. Dr. Syfe. So with the execution of the professor, and the subsequent reign of the Reaper of the Belly, I've successfully safeguarded law and order in our mighty capital for the past decade. That is everything. My lords, ladies and gentlemen, I do hereby confess, it was I who sired the concept of the Reaper. However, let me say my defense. It was all for the preservation of law and order across the entire empire. Lord Strongheart did it. An unforgivable collection of crimes, but still. All those who died at the Reaper's hand were rotten to the core anyway. It was all in aid of keeping London safe. There is no one left now who could reveal the precise truth of what's happened 10 years ago. Therefore, this trial can go no further. Now, I would like to entreat all those present beyond these four walls. Nobody need know the truth. Even Her Majesty must be protected from this. I trust you all appreciate the importance of my request. It is, of course, for the good of the country. Can he do this? Can the trial really end now?
Hold it!
I have one last question. For the accused, Lord Van Zieks. What? Of course, I know that you're a highly accomplished prosecutor, so I find it hard to believe that you didn't have any doubts at all. That you never suspected your older brother. Yes, the same thought occurred to me. It was only once, but yes, I couldn't say that I never had my doubts. My brother's sense of justice was extremely strong, perhaps too strong, I observed. At that time, there were members of the aristocracy who were bleeding the country dry for their own gain. And since they were nobles, they were untouchable. For my brother, it was a source of great turmoil. And coincidentally, at the same time, the professor began his terrifying reign. During the time of the professor killings, my brother did not appear to be himself. And that made you suspect? Yes, but it was only once, not more. Only once, really. Clint wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time. And I still believe that now. Do you have any evidence to support that idea? The third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was he who had recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable that my brother could have killed his friend and mentor. That will do. Neither Clint Von Zieks nor Genshin Asogi still walk this earth. Did someone say Professor Moriarty? No. However, much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. But there are only two extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woe-begone ring that acted as the incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Asogi, and a 3-page last will testament penned in blackened ink and left behind by the man. The wretched truth of what's happened is exactly as I have explained. Later today, I will present myself at the Ministry of Justice for whatever sanction is deemed appropriate. That is all. Court is adjourned.
Objection!
Thank you, Kazuma. Me. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made this 11th hour discovery. Mom, I'm still. What discovery? I'll turn it off after I'm done. My lord, I'm afraid I must insist the trial continues. I beg your pardon. As the court has been reminded today earlier, we must stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth. And to that end, one particular statement made by somebody in this courtroom moments ago revealed a very subtle contradiction. What contradiction? But all I did was ask the accused one simple question. Well, it began with Lord Van Zeek's recollection about his brother. But Lord Strongheart didn't permit the defendant to speak at length. I merely pointed out that we can draw no further useful conclusions here. So what on earth is the contradiction? One of them definitely just said something contradictory. It's time to identify who. And that one would be Lord Chief Justice, Lord Stronghut. It was Lord Stronghut, I'm sure of it. Something he said was slightly off. Come on, Ryunosuke. Think back over his words. Find the problem. Neither Clint Van Zeeks nor Genshin Asogi still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. There are only two extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woebegone ring that acted as the incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Asogi, and the 3-page last will and testament penned in black ink and left behind by the man. Lord Strongheart, would you care to explain? Explain what, Counsel? Among the statements you made just a few moments ago, something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have. Inconsistent? And when an inconsistency remains, the defense has the right to pursue an explanation. Ryunosuke, what? Let me warn you about the statement you are making, Counsel. They may very well prove fatal. You claim my words contain a contradiction. With which piece of evidence, I ask you? Why, that would be none other than... Hang on. Boosh, 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 move. Anywho. Why, that would be none other than... Isogi Paybacks.
Take that!
This here is the will left behind by Mr. Asogi. The 2-paged will. What? Yet moments ago, your precise words were... Yeah, kitty. The 3-paged last will... The 3-paged last will and testament. Ah. Could it be that originally There was a third page. For a moment, I thought perhaps I did find something worthwhile, but it's a mere trifle, I see. A trifle. Governor Caden. Eh? What could I do for you, sir? You were present when the Japanese man penned his last will and testament. I, I was there for sure. I remember the black, wear 'em like scrolls to this day. And I'm quite certain, my lord, that there was a third page at the time. What? What? Only the first two pages were the actual will, though. If I mind correctly, the third was a message to his lad back in Japan. For legal purposes, we required only his will, and we wouldn't have wanted any uncomfortable words about Britain to get back to Japan, eh? So it was decided that the third page ought need to be sent.
Objection.
How dare you make that decision? I had a right to know what it said, to hear my father's final words to me.
The courtroom is no place for sentimentality, counsel.
As it happens, I have the third page of the document with me here now. My father's message. It will be given to you at the end of these proceedings.
It'll be too late once the trial's over. We need to know what it says now. Even the slightest thing may give us a vital clue. My lord, the defense calls for Genshin Asogi's last words to his son to be read out loud before the courts now.
Your request is denied.
The inevitable, the inevitable, the inevitably maudlin words can be of no consequence now.
Objection.
The prosecution agrees. The court should know the content of that message. Every possible piece of evidence must be thoroughly examined. Very well then, Governor Caden. You will read the third page of the document for all present to hear. Yes, sir. Only, I should point out, my lord, that I cannot actually read written language.
This beautiful handwriting. Shame on you, Barry.
Oh. This beautiful handwriting. Shame on you, Barry. If I could be of assistance here, I would be happy to translate the words into English for the court.
Father,
You're still here, are you, Dr. Mikotoba? Naturally, I consider myself a member of the judiciary, albeit a lowly one. But perhaps I should quietly withdraw after I've translated Genshin's message. Your cooperation is much appreciated. Kazuma, the true fish shrouded in darkness, a darkness only our clan's great sword can pierce. Mighty Karuma, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. That's the end of the message, it would seem.
a haiku poem. Twist thy head.
Father, what is Karuma?
Mighty Karuma, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes.
Cool. What is Karuma? The name of the Asogi clan's famous sword. A razor-sharp blade known to all, passed down for generations. It embodies the Japanese spirit. It's not known to me.
It's the katana sword that was submitted as evidence earlier in these proceedings. The one worn by the prosecution counsel when he confronted Inspector Gregson. The details of the Asogi papers have been updated in the court record. The last sworn testimony of Genshin Asogi that Mr. Vigil claims disappeared after the convict's execution. It seems there was a third page to it. There it is. All these procrastinations are beginning to try my patience. Adjournment of this court is long overdue. As the presiding judge, I have been as accommodating as possible of the will of the courtroom. However, despite all that, no new information has come to light. In pursuit of justice, Lord Clint Van Zeeks tragically lost all sense of morality when he murdered his former mentor. Clearly, he was already devoid of his normal faculties.
Objection!
How dare you? I refuse to believe that of my brother.
Too much time has passed. We cannot ever hope to know more than we do now. Especially since the alleged will that he penned in his final moments appears to have been lost forever. Ugh. Lord Strongheart, you appear to be in something of a hurry to wrap things up. I wonder why. We've heard you state time and again during these proceedings that everything you did was in the interest of protecting British law and order. And I stand by that. Without the Reaper, we could never have achieved the reduction in crime the capital has seen.
Objection!
What about Inspector Gregson then? And Dr. Wilson? They were no criminals. You used them to achieve your ends, and then you had them killed. However you dress it up, there was nothing fair or just about that. Lord Strongheart, what exactly is it that you're hiding? Dr. Mikotoba, or you not to quietly withdraw after the translation of your former associate's will? In this courtroom, no argument carries weight unless it is supported by evidence. And it would seem that the defense has no more evidence to present. In which case, I hereby order all discourse of these proceedings to be struck from the record. This is my last chance. Mr. Naruhodo, I have to present some decisive evidence now, or it's all over. But can I? Yes. Hold on. Hang on, everybody. Before I, present the evidence, there's something I have to do. Mighty Karuma, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. That's the proper way to use the sword, is it? Maybe I should try it. It hurts my neck. That's the trouble. Mr. Naruhodo, if I might make a suggestion. I think perhaps it doesn't mean your head. Oh, I once studied the history and development of the katana some time ago. And as I'm sure you're probably aware, the sword's head is the part at the very end of the hilt. It's written as head in Japanese, but it's pronounced as kashira, I believe. Kashira? So Mr. Asogi's words really mean twist the butt of the hilt. You don't mean... Ah, look what's inside it. Is that a tightly wound sheet of parchment? Scarlet ink. It's written scarlet ink. I penned this, my last will, testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. This is it, isn't it? Mr. Naruhodo, look at the signature at the end. Clint von Zieks. And the date, 10 years ago, on that fateful night. So for 10 years, it's been silently concealed inside Karuma and nobody knew. The last will and testament of Lord Clint von Zieks. Wait, oh my goodness. Look at this. This is unbelievable. Clint von Zieks' will has been entered into the court record. Clint von Zieks' will, the last will and testament of Lord Clint von Zieks, that has been hidden inside the Great Sword Karuma for years. A trump card left behind by Genshin Asogi. Awesome. Okay. One moment. Karuma, the Great Blade, it's such a thing of beauty I want to gaze at it for hours. Twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. Kazuma's father certainly had a way of words. And he certainly thought up an ingenious hiding place too. It seems almost playful at first, but I do wonder if over the years, perhaps, the duties of the Asogi clan actually called for such inventiveness. Protecting the great secrets, you mean? Those sorts of duties? Well, I could believe that. Kazuma conducts himself like someone with the weight of his clan's long and noble history on his shoulders. Asogi Clan Appreciator. Excellent. So, awesome. Well, look everybody. We got the evidence. And here we go. Present evidence. Wait, my lord. It's nice to be appreciated. As it happens, the defense does have evidence to present. What? Don't be absurd. There is nothing of relevance remaining from the time.
Objection!
It's high time that you realize something, my lord. This gentleman has an uncanny habit of producing evidence at the final hour that had escaped everyone else's attention. Nonsense. What is it, Ryunosuke? What do you have?
I dare say, the final, decisive piece of evidence that will reveal the whole truth about this rotten tale.
How can you? Decisive?
Well, it would appear there's no escaping it now, my lord. Let it be so then. Present whatever you think you have that can settle this decade-old enigma, if you're capable. What exactly is this evidence that the defense claims to be so decisive? The freaking will.
Take that!
There is a single piece of evidence that can clarify what really happened 10 years ago. The last will and testament of Lord Clint von Zeeks. Ha! A wonderfully astute observation, I'm sure. But in case it had escaped your notice, that document was lost long ago. Oh my god. Really? Really, dude? That's right. It was. Only I have it right here. Discovered just moments ago. Impossible! That can't be! Everything that's happened comes back to this will. This document is the key that will unlock the entire mystery. Oh, my, my brother's last will, testament. Where did you find that? It was rolled up inside this. Yep, he's afraid of it like the plague. Inside Karuma, that ultimate weapon Genshin Asogi obtained has lain undisturbed in the hilt of the sword all these years, just waiting for the right time to emerge and reveal the truth. The signature and seal certainly look official. My god, it's true. It's my brother's handwriting. There could be no mistake. I forbid the contents of that document from being read out. Do you hear me? I strictly forbid it.
Objection!
You can't do that, my lord. This document could explain everything. That document could literally destroy the meaning of justice in this country. I demand that you hand it to me, at once. Why? What are you trying to hide? Could it be that you already know what's written on this page? What are you implying? Court is adjourned with immediate effect. Clear the courtroom.
Objection!
Do that, my lord, and you'll suffer a fatal blow as Lord Chief Justice. I beg your pardon? Lord Chief Justice. Forcibly ending a trial without good reason? And not any trial, a closed trial by order of Her Majesty the Queen. To defy the monarch's will is treason. Gah. Lord Clint von Zeeks did pen a will that day. It's exactly as the young Japanese man said. Read it out, now. We have a right to hear what's in that will. A right and a duty. Well, well, my lord. It would rather appear as though proceedings aren't going to go quite as you'd hope. You fools. Go ahead, Ryunosuke. Read it. The prosecution gives its full support. Very well then. No! For God's sake! No! I penned this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. The hour is 11 p.m. When I sit at my writing desk in my office, my good friend Asulgi stands at my shoulder. He has expressed his intent to invoke the dying ritual of the duel, that I may depart this world with honor, an honor of which I am utterly undeserving. The Japanese are a truly merciful people. I, Clint Von Zeeks, Lord of the Manor of the Von Zeeks estate, hereby confess to the following. I am the killer who has come to be known in society as the Professor, guilty of 4 counts of murder. I will not here discourse the corruption rife among the aristocracy, which is to me, as one of them, so apparent. However, 6 months ago, I took the life of a member of the House of Lords at the heart of the depravity. A demon who habitually sacrificed the common man to further his own interests, abusing his position of power. The law is impotent against such vile avarice. Only a fellow demon could rid society of this menace. That demon was my quarry, upon whom I willingly set my great hound. But though I am a hunter of some experience, I am a poor felon, it seems. My guilt was at once recognized by another, and I became the subject to his extortion. He held over me the threat of exposing my wicked crime of my beloved wife and brother. Under that threat, I have done this man's bidding for months now, killing those he demanded I kill. As I watched my former mentor perish before my eyes at the jaws of the hound I commanded, I realized that I had lost the last shred of decency within me and sunk to the level of a wild beast. There is no path back to the light, be it I or my dear friend Asogi, who dies this night. I am eternally damned. To my extortioner, male Strongheart, may you feel the jaws of the beast at your throat every time you swallow. So now we know. Yes, Clint Von Zeeks was a murderer. Damn. But somebody was directing him and naming his victims. His extortioner, Lord Male Strongheart. It was you. Lord Strongheart, a moment ago, you claimed that what the court had just heard could destroy justice in this country. Genshin's Impact. You claim that what the court has just heard could destroy justice in this country. But you weren't trying to protect justice at all. All you were trying to do was conceal the secret of your true nature and the countless lives you've sacrificed up till now. It just didn't make sense to me that the third victim, the former Lord Chief Justice, was my brother's benefactor and a man of lofty principles. As I said, Clint had no possible reason to kill the man. If Clint was a professor, then Strongheart was the dean. Ugh, gross. That comparison. But you did, didn't you, Lord Strongheart? To eliminate the man who stood between you and the office you'd set your sights on. So you used your own hunting dog, Lord Clint Von Zeeks, to take him down. It had to be done. London's unsavory shadows are deep, and the arm of the law fails to reach their depths. Crime must be cut off at the roots, but the Lord Chief Justice at the time couldn't see that. He was weak. Lofty principles, you say? Tantamount to cowardice, if you ask me. Which is why I took his place in order to fight the crime he was allowing to spread like wildfire. By murdering the man, the Reaper, the Professor, the name makes no difference. As I've explained countless times already, it was all done for the furtherance of law and order in London. Mad Lad confirmed.
Objection.
Are you going to legitimize the murder of my father now, too? Ah, Genshin Asogi. Well, that was unfortunate. I had fully intended to send him back to Japan, as we'd agreed. I don't believe you. It was you, wasn't it? You killed him. No, it wasn't me who took your father's life. Then who? On the night following his mock execution, I went to Lowgate Cemetery at 3 in the morning with Jigoku. Judge Jigoku. There had to be a collaborator on the Japanese side to manage Asogi's treatment after his repatriation. Jigoku had fierce ambition, made him easy to manipulate. 10 years ago, after he'd stood trial for the destruction of the witness stand, I had words with him. When I told him the position of Minister of Foreign Affairs could be his, he couldn't agree fast enough. Teshiro, you fool. As you know, Asogi escaped the prison in a closed casket and was subsequently interred. We intended to dig him out of his grave before he ran out of air. But sadly, all did not go to plan. Oh! There was an unexpected visitor to the cemetery with his own ideas about digging up graves. A man who witnessed what nobody was supposed to see. Enoch Dreba. Of course, I knew grave robbers frequented London's cemeteries. But that grave on that particular night. Last, if people find out the convict wasn't really executed, the scandal will rock the very foundations of the empire. Then what do we do? Shoot him, Mr. Jigoku. Shoot Asogi at once. He can't live now. This has happened. He has to go. What are you talking about? You had an agreement. You promised him he could return to Japan. Everything has changed now. The truth got out because of this. Both of us would be finished. Forever. Come on, Jigoku, do it! Pull the trigger! Shoot! Dude. Jigoku shot Asogi from the shadows. The grave robber was so close, the blood sprayed over his coat. He fled as fast as his legs could carry him. Then Jigoku and I put Asogi's body back in the grave, from which he just emerged. When I later learned of the waxwork modeler's presence at the scene as well, I made her swear two things. Never to remove the professor's mask, and never to speak of the events of that night. And with that, the secret was buried along with Asogi's corpse. So, now you know what's really happened in Lowgate Cemetery that night. Jeez. It was Jigoku, your Japanese acquaintance, who killed Asogi in the end. You see, he claimed to be the man's friend, but when push came to shove, he pulled the trigger. Just before Mr. Jigoku left the courtroom earlier, he said that the assassin exchange proposal was a demand from his British counterpart, not a request. So you coerced him to, using what happened in the graveyard. By that time, Jigoku was the Minister of Foreign Affairs negotiating international treaties with Britain. You can imagine what would have happened if it came to light he murdered a compatriot 10 years earlier. He would have lost everything. I merely reminded him of that. How do you sleep at night? These past 10 years, I fought tirelessly with the darker recesses of London's criminal underworld. And I've used whatever means necessary to ensure that justice prevails and law and order reign supreme.
Objection!
That couldn't be further from the truth. The fact is, you haven't fought crime at all. How dare you? I saved Clint Van Zieks from dishonor to his death.
Objection!
Willis, behind the scenes, you systematically buried anyone who stood in your way. And then you made my father take the blame. It was unavoidable. It was the only way to protect our justice system and public order. Let's not forget the others you had killed as well. Setting the defendant up as the Reaper to cover up the truth behind the murders of countless more. That's enough! I was? Ah, yes. Barlow. Do you have any idea of the conniving that led to the acquittals of those wretched criminals? We have to fight fire with fire. Our courts can't function without the Reaper. How dare you? Even forgetting who raised you? You stupid disciple. I like that line. Can't you see all I've done for this country? This has been my struggle.
Objection!
You've done nothing. It's Lord Van Zieks here who worked tirelessly and justly in court, with us during the disgrace of the Reaper name. And Inspector Gregson, fraught with anguish for having sullied his hands through a desire to do the right thing. Not to mention Genshin Asogi, who risked his life going in pursuit of the truth you tried to hide. No, the darker recesses of London's underworld were largely filled by you. You little. When will you get it through your thick skulls? That it was all for Queen and country? I'm tiring of that excuse. You've consistently twisted the truth for bargaining power to make others do your bidding, nothing more. People who willingly twist the truth and coerce others have no right to call themselves part of the judiciary. I strongly suggest you don't ever talk of justice again. Yeah. Ah. Oh. Oh no. What? Well, well, well. Dear me, my good fellows. Dear me. A well-deserved round of applause, I think. For a quite marvelous performance. Hey, look, it's Damon Gant's ancestor. What are you talking about? Those delightfully grave expressions. That beautifully pronounced Queen's English. Really, our friends from the Far East are quite the picture of industriousness. You fraud. Keep your mockery. Please, don't misunderstand. It really is exactly as you've both said. What are you trying to say? I have occupied the darker recesses of London's underworld. And, how did you put it? Done nothing? I confess it's a little embarrassing to have it pointed out quite so starkly. But yes, I really have done nothing. Which means I can be indicted for nothing. No. What? It's true. Personally, I have committed no crime. I've merely been surrounded by fools who've acted very rashly indeed.
Objection!
You can't get away with that. You consistently preyed on people's weaknesses. And what? Threatened them? Are you sure it wasn't just bargaining? I would like to address all the good lords, ladies and gentlemen of the judiciary here present. You all know of these darker recesses in our great capital, and deep down, I believe you also know that to fight those who dwell there requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. So let me appeal to your good sense now. Consider the situation with me. If this catalogue of horrifying revelations were to become common knowledge among the 6 million inhabitants of London, what might happen? To learn that the infamous murderer of royals and nobles was a respectable member of the aristocracy himself. That evidence was fabricated in the scapegoat's trial amid secret negotiation with prosecutors to effect a jailbreak. That the Reaper of the Bailey was an organized group of assassins managed by a Scotland Yard inspector. And finally, that it was all masterminded by the Lord Chief Justice himself. If the general public of Britain knew the truth, all faith in the police and the prosecutor's office would be completely lost, without doubt. Public order in the capital would completely break down. We'd be cast back to the lawless days of the last century. Precisely as it was 100 years ago, when 1 in 10 of the population were criminals. Think what we've accomplished since then. A public policing force, a comprehensive set of laws. And if we want to continue to protect this new era of law and order, I say again, we must at times occupy the darkness ourselves, bro. We have successfully identified and apprehended the man responsible for taking Inspector Gregson's life. That is all that was expected of this trial. All these other matters that have been discussed will be eliminated from the minutes of these proceedings in the interest of preserving law and order. Send in the big boss man. And to protect Her Majesty the Queen, of course. Well, my lords, ladies and gentlemen, what say you? He has a point. The things Lord Strongheart has done are quite unforgivable. But on the other hand, is it our duty to maintain law and order in the capital? You can't deny that the Reaper, over the years, has done wonders for the crime rate. and by fair means or foul. That's all thanks to Lord Strongheart. You idiots. Imbeciles. Are you hearing this?
This is the will of the British judiciary? He drove a man to drink.
For your rousing response, friends, I express my heartfelt gratitude. Therefore, in accordance with the overwhelming wishes of the court, the record shall be erased. You have to respect the man's ability to turn a situation to his favor. No. Lord Strongheart really is a master of manipulation. Yes. You've conclusively proven his guilt. Yet still he manages to evade justice. I just don't know what we can do.
Ryunosuke,
It looks like the trial really is going to come to an end now. I'm almost out of options, I think. There's really only one path left open to me. We shall use evidence. Yes, as I know only too well. The only thing that carries any weight in court is hard evidence. But Mr. Naruhodo, what evidence is there to use at this stage of the trial? I have an idea. I don't know whether anything will come of it, but if there was ever a time for using this particular item we have among the evidence, it's now. It's time to hit our assist button.
Take that!
Oh my, yes, Mr. Sholmes asked if he had that with you earlier. We've exposed all of Lord Strongheart's wrongdoing now. I've no doubt that Mr. Sholmes had already deduced exactly how the truth would unveil. So I think it must be time for the great detective to take center stage, don't you? Yes, absolutely. Let's take the hair by the ears then, and heave! Alright, here goes. Heave! Ow, 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 ow. My dear fellows, must I remind you every time, a gentle tug will suffice. Mr. Sholmes! Great pursuit, the resolve of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. You're looking in quite in the wrong direction, Mr. Naruhodo. Because I'm over here. Ah! Mr. Naruhodo, he's... But... Hologram. It's Mr. Sholmes. We have used the god tier assist.
I wasn't expecting you back, Sholmes.
S. Hano Holmes.
I wasn't expecting you back, Sholmes.
Delighted to be here again, Lord Strongheart.
What? What is the meaning of this? Bailiff, seize him. Put that man in irons. This is a closed court. You've been warned once already, man. What the? We can't get in all of him, my dude. We would just go right through him.
I'm afraid your efforts are wasted. You see, can't touch this. The great detective you see before you is composed entirely of light and shadow, an image, if you will. Mr. Naruhodo, I must congratulate you on your fine deductions. Mr. Sholmes, what on earth is? Are you familiar, I wonder, with the invention known as the telephone? Um, or yes, I hear that some public telephones have been installed recently in Tokyo. The sound of the speaker's voice is converted to an electrical signal and transmitted instantly to another place. Quite, sounds are transmitted, so could not images keep them company? I mused. Iris and I did some modest experimentation to develop such a device specifically for this very day. Modest experimentation, Mr. Holmes? What a modest description. And somewhat incidentally, I thought we might just as well transmit an entire scene. Somewhat incidentally, Mr. Sholmes. Now you're just being modest. Now you're just being immodest. Do you mean to say you're not actually here, Sholmes? Ah, I knew my trusty partner would have no trouble grasping the concept. Except he's grasping the stand to steady himself after your shock arrival. Poor father. I would have hoped he might have been forewarned, being the great detective's great partner.
Leave my courtroom at once. Get out, or I swear to you.
Dear me, you on the other hand, Lord Strongheart, appear to have a very poor grasp of the situation. Allow me to reiterate, I am not here, which would, I hope, lead naturally to one asking. Where exactly are you? The very question I was awaiting. I am at present enjoying the air in a rather splendid garden. A garden? Not just any garden, you would understand. A garden at Buckingham Palace. What? You can't be. Buckingham Palace? What's Buckingham Palace, Mr. Sato? I've never heard of it. Do you ever read the news, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes, is Iris with you there? Ah, well now, Iris is currently enjoying some tea. With Her Majesty. Her Majesty? Not just any Her Majesty, you understand. Her Majesty, the Queen of the British Empire.
What?
What on earth is all this about? Buckingham Palace is Her Majesty, the Queen's residence in London, Mr. Naruhodo.
Order! Order in court! I demand immediate silence! Her Majesty the Queen? You can't be. I mean, no. This is some sort of unforgivably distasteful trickery by a third-rate detective, that's all.
Unforgivably distasteful trickery? What an apt description. A closed court session attended by elite members of the judiciary is a rare event. I presume that Her Majesty would be more than a little curious about the proceedings. So I decided to show her everything, from start to finish.
Huh? You showed her?
Indeed. By dint of the Herlock-Sholmes remote cinematograph.
You meddling. This is some kind of nightmare.
Just as I appear to be standing before you, regaling you with talk of my latest invention. No doubt you've inferred that the reverse is also true. You don't mean Her Majesty has seen and heard every moment of the proceedings. I assume there would be no objection. After all, every trial in this country is conducted under the auspices of Her Majesty, as you know. I confess, I am quite impatient to hear Her Majesty's opinion about the unforgivably distasteful trickery in which you've been engaged over the past 10 years. No, I was merely. Oh, so sorry to keep you all waiting. Vicky and I had so much to talk about. Iris, there you are. In fact, I have a little message here from Her Majesty. A message? Well then, if everyone is sitting comfortably at home, he snitched to the boss. Well then, if everyone is sitting comfortably at home, forthwith and with immediate effect, all authority previously afforded to male Strongheart is hereby revoked forevermore. Ah. Furthermore, he will be prosecuted for crimes against his country in a public trial by jury in the coming days. You're fired! As the king upon the queen! So it seems that Her Majesty doesn't believe we need to fight fire with fire. Justice in this country needn't be administered from the shadows at all. Male Strongheart, the darkness you fostered to conceal your despicable actions these last 10 years is a thing of the past now. After today, your brand of law and order has no future because no longer are you the Lord Chief Justice. Ha ha, you lost your title of Lord Chief Justice. In the eyes of the law and of Her Majesty the Queen, you are nothing but a criminal. Adjourned! 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 Court is adjourned! Justice. Ah, ah. My word. My word. Oh my god. Lord Clint von Zeeks left a will in which he confessed to everything. Off the scale, guilty. That was a pretty damn good breakdown. Lord Clint von Zeeks left a will in which he confessed to everything. When those words came out of Asogi's mouth, it deranged me completely. I knew I must do anything and everything in my power to contain the situation. But I couldn't find the damned document. I searched his cell, but it wasn't there. Which precipitated the jailbreak plot, I presume? What do you mean? The need to obtain that will was all-consuming. I was sure that if I facilitated Asogi's escape, he would emerge with the will somewhere on his person. But despite searching his limp body in the cemetery that night, it still eluded me. It never even crossed my mind that it was concealed in the sword's hilt. What pains me now is that my brother left this world without a word to me. I'm sorry, Lord Van Zieks. In point of fact, I think perhaps that isn't the case. Sorry, how can that be? There is more to his last will and testament. What? As I confront the prospect of my demise, I feel bitter regret for my younger brother. Baroque, you have always looked up to me, and now you follow my footsteps to become a prosecutor. It is my fervent wish that my unspeakable deeds should not hinder your advancement. I ask not for understanding, for none could understand my depravity. I ask only for forgiveness. Asogi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final two wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Zieks. Clint. Male Strongheart. You colluded with Sashiro Jigoku in a criminal plot so immense it spanned the oceans, and you cold-heartedly murdered all those who knew the truth about what happened 10 years ago. But why did you set about that now, a whole decade later? To ascend to the very peak. These last 10 years made me realize being the Lord Chief Justice wasn't enough, short of becoming Her Majesty's Attorney General. I could have no real power to affect the changes needed in this country. And for that promotion, I needed to ensure no remnants of the past remained. How could you? How could you? I like everything to run smoothly in the exact manner that I prescribe, like a well-oiled machine. And I was just a step away. And for your ambition to succeed. Did you even bother to count the number of brilliant people you had killed? Ah, Mr. Reaper, are you not forgetting something? Such as, you're very much you very much adopted your usual prosecutor-like demeanor in the proceedings now. But the reality of the situation is that you are the defendant in this trial. Ah, however, the presiding judge would appear to have fallen from the bench, as it were. May I suggest, therefore, that we entrust the final abdication to an old friend, Father Christmas? My lord, as a member of the judiciary, I've been following the proceedings from the gallery, and I must say, I shan't ever forget the extraordinary battle between good and evil that I witnessed here today. The darkness that has blighted justice in our land these past
10 years has at last been dispelled. Thanks, in no small part, to the efforts of a bright young star from the East. Defense Counsel Naruhodo.
Yes, my lord. Yes, my lord.
On behalf of everyone here present in the Old Bailey, I give you my heartfelt thanks.
You're too kind, my lord.
The first time I faced you in court, just under a year ago now, I had the faintest of intimations that if British justice so worked and twisted over its long history was finally to no change. This might just be the man to do it.
What?
But at the time, I wouldn't allow myself to acknowledge the possibility. I couldn't overcome my hatred of the Japanese after the circumstances of my brother's death. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me to apologize for countless discourtesies on my part. You are a lawyer of boundless talent.
Oh, Lord Van Zeeks.
When I first arrived in Great Britain, I was literally a nobody, certainly not a lawyer. The truth is, my fortunes have entirely been made by the miraculous people I've met. My best friend, Kazuma Asogi, who led me here to Britain in the first place. My loyal and ever patient judicial assistant, Mr. Sato, who helped me study to become a lawyer. The brilliant Lord Van Zeeks, who never failed to challenge his Nipponese rival. And not to mention, the exceptional master of logic and reasoning, who showed me the true art of deduction, Mr. Sholmes.
Saving the best for last, Mr. Naruhodo. What a relief.
I'm well aware that without all these people's help and support, I wouldn't be where I am today. The truth is a guiding light that always leads to happiness. I lived by that principle for a long time now, but actually, it's not true. The truth can also cause great pain, sometimes even leave people on the brink of despair. And for that reason, there are those who feel the need to hide the truth, who do it instinctively, even. But as soon as we allow our eyes to settle on something other than the truth, the darkness takes hold. And then there it grows, until eventually it makes us blind to the guiding light of the truth altogether. So that's why it's my belief that we must all resolve never to avert our eyes from what is just and true. So that we can continue to walk the straight and narrow path ahead. Well, I must excuse myself now. But before I go, Mr. Naruhodo, let me compliment you on your grand opus.
What?
Without your beautifully composed case against Lord Strongheart, Her Majesty would have been unable to act. Thanks to you and your fellows, the haunting undertones corrupting Britain's justice system have been silenced. Thank you very much. So, to our paths cross again, somewhere. Well then,
It would appear that this long trial has finally come to an end. My apologies for any anxiety caused, my lord. I'm quite sure we shall meet again here in the courtroom before long. Prosecutor Baroque von Zieks. In conclusion of these proceedings, I hereby declare the defendant, Baroque von Zieks, not guilty. Oh my goodness. Worth it. This was my reward today, everybody. That is all. Court is adjourned. This was my way of like treating myself. I had quite a day. 4th November, 4:21 p.m. The Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. It really is all over. But did I sacrifice too much? Mr. Naruhodo, I really must congratulate you. It was a truly splendid performance. Honestly, I couldn't be happier for you. Oh, thank you very much. But I really couldn't have done it without you at my side. Do it all, Mr. Sato. Oh, your kind words mean so much to me. It really was a very splendid show, that Naruhodo. I'd have thought you'd be smiley from ear to ear, but you look rather glum. Well, of course I'm delighted about the verdict, but in exposing the truth, I'm afraid I've caused my client a great deal of pain. I'm really not sure that's what a lawyer ought to be doing. Oh well, in that case, I'm quite sure that when you see Lord Van Dyke's smiling face, everything will seem much better. Oh, hi. Hello, Count Dracula. Um, Mr. Sato. Everything seems worse. He has a face like thunder. Oh dear, I really shouldn't have presumed. Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, um, yes. Almost a year it's been now since I first encountered you here in this very courthouse. For you to have risen to the level of excellence you demonstrated today. Well, it's quite remarkable. But, but I exposed the most unpalatable truth you could ever have imagined in court today. Unpalatable. I feel as though I've robbed you of something you held so dear. What was it he said? To fight those who dwell in the darkness requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. But that was just the feeble excuse of a coward. Only those with a steadfast eye for the truth have what it takes to fight the dark forces of crime. You made fine work of establishing that fact in court today. Oh. Well, thank you. What magnanimous words. I'm quite sure that Kazuma-sama would have a smile on his face at this very moment if he were here. Kazuma. Oh, hi. Mr. Sato. There's another face like Thunder here too. Oh my, and he really was here. Lord Van Zieks. Allow me to congratulate you on your acquittal. congratulate me, or curse me. You failed to bring down the Reaper. Curse! I owe you an apology. No, it is I who should apologize. Your father Genshin. If I had been stronger, then perhaps I made an unforgivable error of judgment. I can offer no excuse. And I can offer no forgiveness. That said, I suppose you fought for justice and the truth. For that, at least, I can't withhold respect. Your words mean more to me than you could know. I will hold them dear. Kazuma-sama. I must say, there's one thing that's still bothering me. What's that? The will that Lord Clint Von Zeeks wrote before his duel with my father. Asogi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final two wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Von Zeeks. What can the second of his final wishes have been? That your father agreed to honor. You mean, I think perhaps I might be able to shed some light on that. What? Father? It was 10 years ago, as you know, the day before the execution was scheduled. I went to the prison to say my farewells to Genshin. Why aren't you putting up more of a fight, Genshin? If he only agreed to it, Sashiro and I would gladly petition the government. We've been through this already. You don't need to worry about me. Anyway, Yujin, I have a favor to ask of you. Something of great importance. You're one of my greatest friends, Genshin. Whatever it is, consider it done. I'm going to tell you an address. I need you to go there at once, in secret, telling no one. You should find a lady of the gentry in hiding there. A lady of the gentry? She's not in a good way, and she's with child. The birth is imminent. As a medical man, I'd like you to attend to her. Please, you're her only hope. By any chance, is the child yours, Genshin? Don't be daft. It's a favor that was asked of me by a man I knew, as his dying wish. My goodness. I swore to the man that I would help, that I would do whatever I could for his wife and his unborn child. But if something should happen to me, I need to ask you that same favor. You're the only person I know that I can truly rely on. What did you say? If something should happen to you. Tomorrow night, you're going to be. You never know, though, do you? What life will bring. All right, then. Tell me the address. I'll head there at once with Sashiro and... No, not with him. Pardon? This is a favor I'm asking of you, and only you, Yujin. Right, I see. Very well then. That very night, I caught a train from Paddington. to Dartmoor in Devon. I found the old house in the middle of nowhere. It was an old hunting hound lay asleep in the grounds. A poor woman was on the floor at the back of a darkened room. She was in mortal danger. I broke her waters to precipitate the labor before she weakened further, but it was a torturous birth. I did everything humanly possible for her and her child. And in the end, I was lucky enough to welcome a new life into the world. But tragically, my efforts to save the mother's life were in vain. I held the healthy newborn girl in my arms and wept for longer than I cared to remember. Eventually, in something of a daze, I looked around the room. There was precious little in it, but an old travel trunk caught my eye. It had clearly been well looked after over the years, made of top quality leather with fine sti- st- st- stitching. But it was when I saw the emblem on the side of it that everything dropped into place. B, or B for Baskerville. Yeah, Baskerville? You mean the woman was the wife of Lord Clint von Zeeks? That's right. The newborn was his daughter. But but that makes no sense. Why on earth wouldn't Clint have entrusted the child to my care in that case? I was completely unaware that he even had a daughter. I suppose he didn't really have any choice. What? Well, your brother said that he'd confessed everything to his wife, so she must have been beside herself with worry for her child. If the true identity of the professor were ever to be made public, the girl would be forever branded as the daughter of the infamous mass murderer. Ah, so the only solution was to distance the young girl from the Van Zieks family as much as possible. I don't believe it. I imagine that in his final hour, Lord Clint Van Zieks made the obvious choice. He would have thought to himself, this Japanese man here is someone I can trust. I honored my promise to Genshin, of course. However, only a month later, I was summoned back to Japan, and without disclosing the parentage of the child, I couldn't obtain permission to take her with me. Oh, how awful. I was completely at a loss. In the end, I had to ask my great friend. I asked him if he would be a father to her. Oh my god. That being Mr. Sholmes, I presume. Yes. He took one look into my eyes and agreed to it on the spot. Mr. Sholmes, he has a heart of gold. Really, all that could be said that I did for the child was to give her a name. Oh, when I come to Britain, I was trying to escape from the grief of losing my darling wife. So what is her name that I gave the little girl? Your wife's name, Professor Mikotoba. In other words, the name of my mata. Ayame Mikotoba? Oh, That's right, Ayame, or in English, Iris. Oh my god. Iris. I, I had no idea. Ouch. Mr. Naruhodo, what's wrong? This little thing just pinched me on the behind, through my trouser pocket. Hard. Ah, my dear fellows, can you hear me? Mr. Sholmes, is that you? Ouch. Yes, yes, we can hear you. You see what excessive tugging can do. Let us be a listen to you. Mr. Sholmes, we weren't able to thank you properly before, but it was simply marvelous. Your checkmate move was a stroke of genius. Indeed it was. Wasn't it? I surprised myself, I feel. It has become apparent to me that to stop the Lord Chief Justice would require such measures. Bruno! Susie! Oh, Iris. Oh, I'm so pleased. What a wonderful outcome. Her Majesty Queen Vicky said she thought my special bread was delicious. Oh, I'm sure she did. After all, no one brews a more delicious tea than you do, Iris. Let's have a party to celebrate. And Mr. Reaper, you simply must come too. What? Um, um, I'm afraid I couldn't. The Reaper of the Barely, flustered by a 10-year-old girl. Again. No, really? Oh, pooh. But I give you my word that I shall present myself at your residence in the near future to express my gratitude. Oh, how lovely. You've promised. You've promised now. I won't let you forget. Bye for now, then. All right, Iris. Thank you for all your help earlier. Oh, that was nothing. Just come back home soon. Ouch. Oh, one final pinch goodbye, was it? Well, I think I ought to be leaving. Lady Baskerville. Lord Van Zeeks, would you care to accompany me? Certainly. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me once again to express my deep gratitude to you. I believe you saved my life. Wait, Lord Van Zeeks. Yes. Um, what are you intending to do now? Iris being delivered by Eugen and named for Ayame are the next closest thing to actually being Susato's sister. Oh my god, yeah. Half sister. Well, clearly, I shall have to resign from the prosecutor's office. No! Oh no! I intend to publicize the full truth about the professor case. Once that's done, the Von Zeeks family will be ostracized completely from London society. Oh. Surely not. So as soon as I am free from my employment, I shall leave the capital. Oh, I see. Don't be a fool. Are those the actions of a man once feared as the mighty Reaper of the Valley? I beg your pardon? For the past 10 years, you've endured that pseudonym and been cast as one of the dark forces yourself. Now that you've finally been freed from that disrepute, your battle is just beginning, surely. Well, I certainly never expected to hear those words from your lips. I waited very long to come to London. Now I'm properly here. I intend to learn all that I can. Anyway, goodbye for now. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Bye. Kazuma Asogi. It seems as though he's really matured suddenly. He's not the only one who's matured, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, I think we should make our way back to Baker Street. We must help Iris with tonight's dinner. We must. You keep forgetting about the cravats in this game, yeah. I mean, you got Edgeworth, Manfred von Karma, Franziska von Karma, Van Zeeks, other people. It was then that I came to an important decision about my future. Oh. 4th November, 6:25 p.m., Sholmes' suite. I'm home. Ah, about time you got here. Been waiting ages, Otto. What are you doing with that colorful piece of history? It's a party, ain't it? It's gotta go with a bang. I mean, fireworks, ideally. But when you ain't got fire, smoke's the next best thing, ain't it? There's a girl on Fresno Street who could help you with that, I think. Right, I'll remember that. You don't have to reload that thing every time I speak. You really must hear this. It's quite the most extraordinary thing. I assure you, it will defy your expectations. Take down every detail now. Mikotoba. Ah, the world-famous great detective, regaling his partner with the tale of his adventure. A sight to behold. Would you care to hazard a guess? Where do you suppose the fiendish runaway had concealed himself? Would you believe? Inside a trunk I found abandoned in his cabin. I would believe it, yes. I say, Mikotoba, I detect not a hint of surprise. I wonder why that is, Maybe because I was there at the scene as well, Sholmes. What? You were? Then why the deuce didn't you say so before? Not quite the sight I was expecting to behold, but still. It's hard not to feel privileged to see it. Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Professor Mikotoba, I'm finally back from the Bailey. And not a moment too soon. A feast prepared by Iris and Mrs. Sato awaits. I must say, I haven't seen Susato looking so happy in a very long time. Ah, Bruno, there you are. Dinner's on the table, everyone. Please do come and take a seat. Time to fill me boots. With soup. Goodness, is that really true, Gina? Yup, I'm losing me compass clobber and going back to what I know best. It's a diver's life for me. Aw. You're really leaving the police force? But why, Guinea? Well, the boss ain't around no more, so... Oh. And anyway, no matter how old I try, that Reaper ain't never gonna accept the diver turned dick, is he? Well, People can change, you know. Oh, yes, that reminds me. I rather thoughtfully offered to relieve the bailiff of this now defunct piece of evidence. Eh? It's the inspector's pocket watch, and the crown has been reattached. That watch was his pride and joy, a symbol of his great achievements in Scotland Yard. For 10 years without fail, it measured every second of the man's remarkable career. But now, it's stopped. Someone needs to keep the memory of Inspector Gregson's career alive by taking on the great responsibility of winding that watch every single day again. Yes, someone with an equally fierce detective spirit. It's gotta be me. There ain't no one else. Quite right. I mean, after all, the boss was, well, he was my boss. Yes, Giddy. Yes, he was. Oh, yeah. And I made you a promise and all, didn't I, Iris? That I'd become a proper detective one day and track down your old man. Oh, alright then, decided. I'll do it. And I swear, I'll find your dad and bring him in kicking and screaming. I'm not entirely sure that would be appropriate. Yes, I think, Gina, it might be best to, well, I think I'd like you to forget that promise, Guinea. Eh? Iris? Well, obviously I've always wondered about who my real daddy is. Of course I have. I wanted to know where I've come from. I thought it might tell me something about myself, but I've caused such a lot of trouble trying to find out. For so many people. Haley, Bruno, Professor Mickey. Oh no, not at all, my dear. Really, you owe no apology to anyone. Well, anyway, I decided to give up on it because I finally realized my daddy is the greatest in the world. I don't think it matters what his name is or where he's from. Won't you agree? Haley? Oh my god, my heart. With every word, Iris. Thank you, Haley. Thank you, Daddy. I think Mikotoba. Yes, Holmes. I think that I ought to express my gratitude to you. Oh, for 6 years, you and I solved many a mystery together. And during that time, I remember countless expressions of gratitude for our good services. But a moment ago, I heard the most pleasing expression of gratitude of them all. And I should never have experienced it. Words not for you. You old softy, Sholmes. But I must confess, it's a weight of my mind. It's a weight off my mind to hear you say it. Well then, I think this calls for a lengthy violin recital. What did you say? Well, the food would go cold. That's the only problem. Maybe next week, Curly? Are you sure a week is long enough, Iris? Ah, ha, 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 ha. Even amidst the most troubling of cases, even reeling from the most shocking of revelations, returning in the evening of this suite of rooms, there's only warmth and happiness to be had. The home of the world's greatest detective, and my home too, with my greatest family. 4th November, 9:37 p.m. Naruhodo's legal consultancy. My God. This attic room has been my home and office for almost a year now. I've certainly had some unforgettable experiences whilst I've lived here, but I think now the time has come. Time to bid this place farewell. Naruhodo? Naruhodo? Oh, Professor, are you alone? I didn't hear any sound from Susato's room. Yes, Susato-san went out after dinner. She took a carriage. Something about an important matter she needed to take care of. Ah, I see. I wanted to thank you for what you did earlier. Oh? With Iris, I mean, when the subject of her father came up. Lord Clint von Zeeks. I made up my mind many years ago never to tell her who her real father was. It's what was agreed with Genshin after all. Lord Clint, Lord Clint von Zeke's final wishes before he died. You mean? Yes. I had to take some rather drastic steps to protect that secret, you know. Calling Susato back to Japan 6 months ago, for example. That's why. When I read Sasaki-san's report about his final days in London, my heart nearly stopped. You'd stumbled across the crux of that terrible case, the dog's collar. The description of the Baskerville insignia left me in no doubt. Baskerville. If you decided to investigate that insignia sooner or later, you'd have made the connection to the Van Zeeks. And to make matters worse, Susato knew of the unpublished story as well. The story that Iris had written based on my notes from the time. Ah, yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Exactly. It was a work of fiction, based on the grim reality of a huge beast of a dog being used as a murder weapon. A dog with the Baskerville family emblem around its neck. Armed with those two clues, I feared you and Susato might arrive at the truth. So I invented that story about having collapsed to justify her leaving London and returning to Japan at once. All in aid of halting any investigations you and she might have been contemplating. I see. Something I've never understood is why Susato-san came across that manuscript in Japan, though. You know, Iris's The Hound of the Baskervilles story, I mean. Sholmes sent it to me. That was before Susato left Japan. He was very troubled about what should be done about it, you see. I'd read it and carelessly left it on my desk, which is where Susato came across it, of course. Ah, it was the only case Sholmes and I ever pursued that I didn't record in meticulous detail. I was stunned when I discovered that young Iris had pieced together so much of it from my paltry notes. Sholmes and I discussed the matter and decided that we couldn't allow the story's publication. At that point, I returned that manuscript by post to Sholmes for safekeeping. So you did all that to stop Iris from finding out the truth about her father. That's right, because Sholmes had told me how astute she'd become. However, having witnessed events in court today, I must say my opinion has somewhat shifted. Oh, I think at some point in the future, the time will come for Iris to know the truth. And when it does, well, I believe it will be for the best. I think so too. Actually, Professor, I wanted to talk to you about something too. Judging from that expression, I'd say you've come to a decision, have you? Yes, I have. I will be returning with you to Japan. Are you quite sure? I'm really only here as a substitute for Kazuma, but he's here in Britain now, as originally intended. Locum student Naruhodo doesn't really have a right to stay, I think. I see. Looking back now, when I first arrived here in February, my becoming a lawyer just seemed to be the way things turned out. With Kazuma, Susato-san, and Mr. Sholmes all gently pushing me in that direction. Gently. Yep. I spent the best part of a year immersed in this world, but always aware of a seed of doubt inside me. Until today. Standing in that courtroom earlier, all doubts vanished from my mind. I was totally focused. I was sure of my belief in my client, and I was sure I could see the trial though. And at the end of it, I finally realized no one else chose this path for me. I chose it myself. The path of the defense lawyer, eh? Yes, that's what I am now. That's what I'll be going back with you. That's why I'll be going back with you to Japan as. And that's the path I'll be following for the rest of my life. Well, it sounds like you've made quite a resolution there. I have. Very well then. I must say, it's extremely welcome news. I shall make arrangements for your return. First thing, tomorrow. But I don't imagine we'll depart for a few days. Not with the symposium having been cancelled now. Such a shame. Never mind. I'm sure there'll be other opportunities in the future. Well then, I'll bid you good night. Sato-san, I just wanted to let you know I'm back. Oh, did you, hear what your father and I were discussing? I'm sorry, I did, yes. I couldn't help but... Oh, how much did you hear? Well, from the part about Iris's real father, I think. In other words, from the beginning. So you've made it up your mind. You'll return to Japan and continue working as a defense lawyer. Ah, yes. I'm sorry. I really should have consulted you about it. I did want to earlier. I did want to earlier this evening, actually, but you'd already gone out. Oh no, that's quite all right. I already knew that it's what you decided. Naruhodo-san. You did? Oh, um, Susato-san. Ah, yes. I suppose this means it has to be farewell soon. I suppose. You'll be a great help to Kazuma going forward. I mean, I know he's a brilliant lawyer, but he's new to the British courtroom. He'll certainly benefit greatly having a brilliant judicial assistant at his side. Aw, man. I'll do my very best. I wish I could say it, but I just can't. I can't ask her to come with me. After all, she was always supposed to be coming to Britain as Kazuma's assistant. It's growing late. We should both try to get some sleep. I'm sure you must be exhausted after today. Oh, yes. You're right. Before I retire, let me just say one more time. You really were quite splendid in court today. So if you ask me, anyone who thinks of you as a substitute or locum should be ashamed of themselves. Susato-san. Thank you. 7th November, 5:42 a.m. Port of Dover, Quayside. I can't believe this day's finally come. Quayside, Quayside. Yeah, really leaving then, Bruno? I'm afraid so, Iris. Thank you so much for everything. I don't know what I'll do without your wonderful cooking and delicious tea. Well, I wish you weren't going, but you have to come back and visit. Say you will. Of course. I promise. Well, it was a very brief reunion, but it was a pleasure to pursue a case with you again after so long. For a while, at least. It felt like old times. Yes, I suppose on reflection, there's something to be said for it. Having a little fun once in a while. Let's just go and say goodbye to the professor as well, I think. Alright, Iris, you do that.
Susato-san.
I've just checked, Naruhodo-san. Your luggage is already on board. Such a beautiful morning. Perfect for embarking on a journey, isn't it?
Before I set off, I'd just like to say how thankful I am for everything you've done for me. And give my warmest regards to Kazuma, please.
Actually, I think you ought to give him your regards in person, don't you?
Sorry?
Ryunosuke,
Kazuma! What are you doing here?
do you really think I'd miss my best friend's departure?
Thanks. To be honest, I'd been looking forward to our wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's capital, but,
Well, we'll have to save that for another time. Personally, I'm looking forward to facing you in court again.
Me too. But, we're both defense lawyers, so,
I'm going to become a prosecutor.
Oh.
I'll stay in Lord Van Zeek's tutelage for the time being, but before long, I intend to be just as formidable as the Reaper himself.
Oh, snap.
Oh, I see.
Actually, Ryunosuke, I have a favor to ask.
Name it.
Kuruma?
I'd like you to take care of this for me for a while.
Karuma? Why?
Because I've seen it now. I've seen what's inside me, the demon that reared its ugly head that day. It was only for the briefest of moments. The last time I came face to face with that inspector. But it was unmistakable. I wanted to kill him.
Thank you, Adakash, for the raid.
I've always known there are demons that live inside people. And now I know there is one in me. The fact that it very nearly consumed me is something I'll carry with me until the end of my days. While I devote my life to fighting those whose demons have got the better of them. As a prosecutor.
So, that's what you've resolved to do, is it?
Until I'm ready to face the demon within me. To slay it once and for all. I leave this in your care. If you'll take it.
Of course I will. I'll keep it by my side. Always. Until we meet again, then. You have your path to follow, and I have mine.
Naruhodo-san? The path you're going to follow from now on. I wonder if I might follow it at your side, and unless I'd be a burden.
What? I mean, I would very much like you to come with me. But aren't you...
You're so predictable, Ryunosuke.
I am?
Honestly, you never change at all. But that's what I like about you.
You mean you knew about this?
It was the evening after Lord Van Zeek's trial came to an end. She came to see me at the prosecutor's office.
Really? Oh, when I had that conversation with Professor Mikotoba.
So, you'd go with Ryunosuke back to Japan?
Yes. I know it's unfair of me to follow my own interests like this.
Coming here especially to tell me. You're a stickler for etiquette, aren't you? Well, what are his feelings?
We've never discussed it, of course, and Naruhodo-san has made no such suggestion. I worry that perhaps I'd be a burden to him.
He's just as much of a stickler for etiquette as you are. He'd never say anything before he was asked. But I'd feel happy knowing you were with him. Look out for him on my behalf, will you?
Of course.
Susato-san.
What do you think, Naruhodo-san?
With you by my side, no trial would seem too daunting. So if you're willing, I'd be honored if you'd come with me. Together we can take on the world.
Yes.
I'm terribly incompetent, but if you'll have me, I'd be delighted.
You are not incompetent.
Oh, no, not at all. If anyone's terribly incompetent, it's me. Ah!
What's wrong?
Your luggage, Susato-san. There's no time. The ship's going to set sail any minute now.
It's alright, there's no need to worry. As it happens, my luggage is already on board too.
It is?
Your fine judicial assistant has everything in hand as always, I see.
Ryuno! Your ship's about to leave!
Time to go then. Look after yourself, Ryunosuke.
Kazuma, draw your sword. One day, when our paths cross, once more, we'll fight a duel of words across the courtroom. A day I eagerly await as a lawyer.
I've been waiting to hear you say that, partner.
Don't forget me then, Kazuma.
As if I could, Ryunosuke.
And Mr. Sholmes, thank you so much. I'm very much indebted to you.
Indeed, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe you are.
I'll never forget all you've done for me during my time in London.
Quite. I should like to think you will remember your debt of gratitude. Especially when I visit you in your country. What? The truth is, although many are ignorant of the fact, the world is far smaller than most folk realize.
Well, I'd be delighted if you came to Japan one day.
Oh yes! Would welcome you with open arms, Mr. Sholmes. Oh, that sounds wonderful! I can't wait!
In that case, let us conclude that this is to be merely a brief parting, my dear fellows.
And that brings us to the end of my adventures in Great Britain. A peculiar twist of fate brought me halfway around the world those many months ago. But that was just the start of my journey. Who knows where fate will lead me next? Still, I'm confident this won't be my last meeting with the friends I've made in London. And when we're together again, no doubt the first words I'll hear will be,
Come, the game is afoot.
The ship, with our friends from the east, sailed steadily towards the distant horizon. But Sholmes's face was alight with joy.
The times may change, but a steadfast friendship will remain true, Wilson. We have but to gently close our eyes, and we are with our companions once more.
So, I do just that. And when I do, I can hear his strong, familiar voice ring out.
objection!
Until we meet again, Ryuno.
Can I have a Great Ace Attorney 3? Please? Like, Aces in oh, of course. He's not there though. Shutakumi, he's gone. What are they gonna do about the writers? I've been thoroughly inundated with inquiries about my remote to have since that day. But I'm no purveyor of identical goods and one of the promised close court secrecy. Anyway, I decided absence from London is in order. A soldier in distant crimes. The Empire of Japan, perhaps. I understand that Wardrobe Classica has no charge whatsoever. Oh my god. I gave a little note to Hurley the other day. It just said, "Thank you for everything, Daddy," but it made Hurley cry. And I gave him some notion I invented so well, to dye his hair red separately. But he said that might make him cry too, so he'd rather not use it. Oh my gosh. In those days when I was known as a Reaper, I felt your presence at my side. Once, unable to bear the burden of that grim pseudonym, I even retired from the courtroom. Despite everything, I still wear your prosecutor's badge of pride. But the darkness that once beset me is no more, as you too are no more. In the words of a young foreign friend of mine, I must stride forward, toward a brighter future. The boss let the know for me, and I can read every letter now, A to Z, the old lot. It's clear that a lot of stuff the boss was trying to protect me, see? And that's exactly what me and Chief Inspector Toby are gonna keep doing for Londoners. I only wish I could have said how grateful I was before he, you know. I'm gonna miss you, Gina. Gina, the truth is, I'm not the upstanding fellow you think I am. You might be a diverse heart, but it's a good heart. You reminded me I needed to be true to myself. I've got one more job to take care of before it's ta-ta to London town for the foreseeable. And then, I've got to complete your education in the art of detection at a Gregson, as they say. We get to see him one last time. Damn, he looks awesome. Your Excellency, the man accused of illegal entry into the office of the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Objection, overstatement, overruled. The minister has been detained in Britain anyway. Who is this catfish? Catches comes on. Women are forbidden to enter forbidden. Oh, really? My friend settled some British doing a wonderful job. Hosanaga. Perhaps I should have engaged the services of a regular legal team. I couldn't read that fast. Oh, man. Oh. Mama, is it true about Japanese people? Are they experts at filleting corpses? Yes, they are. Fish corpses, on the whole. I'd like to hone my own filleting skills. You don't mind, do you, Mama? Yes, I do. I'm not a corpse yet, am I? No. And I'm glad. Aww. She still visits her mom. That's awesome. They were great. I mean, Scythe was in the wrong, but her daughter's cool. Here I am again in Brigade Britain on the invitation of my dear old university friend. He sent me a very nice letter saying he'd like to show me around now that everything was settled. But what have I done? I was so excited. I picked this splendid hotel now. I can't afford a bill. Oh, but oh, come to my rescue again, please. I wish I could just vanish into there sometimes. Think twice how you spend your money. And I know he doesn't have much to begin with. Ah, she was cool. When I went to make the waxwork impression of the killer in the cemetery, I noticed what had happened. But even the witness stand, the highest court in the land, I could never speak of it. The Lord Chief Justice and I had struck a bargain. You see, for a faithful reproduction of the visage, there is nothing we spells would not do. Lord Chief Justice. Hehe, everyone calls me gossip. I sell janty little tidbits to passerbys, you know. Everyone calls me Peppino. I sell a spaghetti, more red than on my head. Everyone, they call me. No, no, I cannot do it. This is ridiculous. Oh, dearly, how charming. You made lots of new friends here, I see. Yes, and when we're released, we're all going to strike its bridge together. You get a lot of spaghetti though. That's awesome. When I was accepted on a foreign study tour, I knew exactly what path I had to take. And however it might have ended, I knew that I wanted you there to see it. If I ended up in the dock, there's no one I would have rather had defending me. But now, thanks to you, there's a new path I want to take. I'm sure we'll meet again in the courtroom, my friend. Until then, I leave Karuma in your care. And you're gonna stick to being a prosecutor? Oh well, it's fine. Whatever. Get that truth. I made some tea, Naruhodo-san. It's important that you rest as you can. Once we arrive in Japan, you should be busy establishing your new office. I'm so delighted to accompany you. After all, your time's been recognized by a great detective. Because you really are the greatest of lawyers. A great ace attorney, some might say. Name drop. Susato! Hands down, best partner. Best assistant. Oh, there it is. The other Daruma eye has been filled. And that is an... Oh, it's a little Wagahai. Little kitty. I got my kitty over here. He's behind my laptop. That was a good picture. Oh, look at that. There's more credits. Oh my god. Oh, cool. It's like from the first game. That's awesome. Oh man, Susato. Oh, the kitties. I love the kitties. Get the kitties. Oh, there's Raito Many Memo. Aochi. Hosonaga. This is awesome. This is great. And there's Natsume. There's Susato waiting. This is cool. Man, I thought the first game was good. This was even better. There's Iris and Sholmes. Oh, there's Olive Green. Oh, William Shakespeare. Take thee to a nunnery and never return. Oh, there's Quinby. And a drone bee. A drone bee meterman. Natsume's poses. Little Wagahai. Oh, there's Enoch Drebber. Oh, there's a balloon dude. And that little bohemian kid. to Spells was great. Well, there's Courtney Scythe and Maria Gori. Oh, and there's Hairbrain, Von Zeeks, good pals. I like the bow. It's so cool. Oh, little Wagahai's following. Oh, and there's Sandwich, Beppo Sandwich, and there's Gossip and Venus. Oh, and there's Evie and Daily Vigil. Oh, and then there's Barry Caden, Pepino, Russo. I like that little show you can. That's great. And not seen here, no Chief Justice. Oh, there's Gregson. I saw Sholmes and Gina. And then there's little Toby. Tobias Gregson. Hey! Sholmes and Mikotoba dancing a jig, busting some moves. That's awesome. Oh. Shashiro. Get out of here. Jigoku. Get out of here. Oh, there he is. No Chief Justice. Oh, I guess he's applauding. I guess I could see this as like a play of sorts. You played the villain well. I guess I'll give him that. I suspected him from the first game, though. There's Kazuma. I'm glad he's not dead. That was like, wow. Oh, they crossed swords. That's cool. Well then. Capcom. Capcom. Oh, Capcom. Capcom. Oh, man. The Great Ace Attorney 2 Resolve. Finn. Oh, they even show Father Christmas Judge. Whatever. Nice. Cool image. Yay, I did it. I did it. I got all the achievements. Yeah, I got all the accolades. But more importantly, I also beat the game. You want to know something, everybody? You want to know what my... I'm going to admit. You want to know what my greatest quote-unquote crime was? Not playing both of these games sooner. Like, even if I wasn't streaming. I remember being so excited when I got this. I remember pre-ordering this full price. And then I loaded it up, but I didn't even go beyond the first, like, I didn't go beyond the title screen. Well, I'm glad I was able to showcase this game, you know. Well, not showcase, but like, you know, streamed it. I streamed my first time reactions and everything. And of course, they were all very genuine. Oh man, I got so much I can look at. So much to... There's just so much. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I think I'll look at all this on my spare time. This is good stuff. Yeah, a lot of cool stuff here. But yeah, I think yeah, this has been fun. But everybody, the Ace Attorney train is not going to stop for another month or two. next month, next month, everybody, next month in September, I saved the best for last. Well, this comes close. I mean, heck, I will be playing both of the Ace Attorney Investigation Miles Edgeworth games. Now, I've already played the first one years ago. However, I did not play the second one because, it wasn't in English yet. But, you know, but now that I have that collection, you will expect to see me play that collection in the foreseeable future. So yeah, that was good. That was great. Um, Let me see. Whom shall I go on out to? Okay. And then I think I'm gonna do something nice and short later today, everybody. Um, who knows? I think you might see, you know, yeah, I'm gonna do something nice and short later today. I would say tomorrow, but right now, tomorrow is today, or today is tomorrow, as in it is now Wednesday. So, yeah, I will be, I'm gonna do something nice and short tomorrow. And, yeah, and that'll be yeah, I'm just glad. I'm just glad I'm so happy I played through those games. The first game of the Great Ace, and then this game, Resolve. It's up there. I think I have it. I think it's on par. It definitely is on par with the Phoenix Wright trilogy. I mean, I thought the Apollo Justice trilogy was fine too. It had its moments, definitely. But man, I don't know. I mean, I like them all equally. Even the fourth game, Apollo Just, well, I don't know. There's some things I like about it. Like there's some things I can like about it, but every other game I love. Okay, everybody. I'm gonna find ourselves a raid target. Okay, everybody. I thank you all very much for being here. And you know what? I think I'm gonna go on out to somebody I don't think I've ever rated on out to yet. Everybody, we're gonna go on out to Gargoyle Gamer. Um, I'm gonna either playing DuckTales Remastered. That's a game I would like to try out. I mean, like stream at some point, but not for a good while. So before I head on out, I'd like to thank the following. I'd like to thank Chuckman, Astro Dude, KD Rio, Chronos, Famous Adventurer, Necros Grim, The Grotto, Saki, Adakash, thank you for the raid. To anybody else that is lurking in my channel, thank you, each and every single one of you. Y'all know who you are. Alright? So yeah, I'm gonna do something nice and short. It'll be kind of nice, I suppose. I You might say it'll be marvelous. Okay, thank you all for watching. Remember to go in peace. Here's to you, chat. Here's to you.